We are so lucky to hear your voices.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again for day 2. I am Alex Dubby, I'm your moderator, and I'm really excited to kick things off again. We had a wonderful day yesterday, and we've got an action-packed day for you today. Thank you so much to all of our day 1 speakers, and thank you to all of our sponsors for making this event possible. Thank you to our title sponsor, Rio Grande, and our platinum sponsors, Pepe Tools and Touchstone Center for Crafts. Yesterday, we heard some amazing speakers, and don't fret if you missed it, you can still view it in our hop-in via the expo. Don't forget that you can also check out our vendor booths as well as exhibitions during breaks and in your own time. And don't forget that you can network with your fellow attendees through the conference, via chat or video. Lots of you were hanging out in the chat yesterday, which is awesome. Want to just raise some themes from yesterday that were kind of emerging across the programs, and I can't wait to see how that's built on today. Lots of things about storytelling, community building, intersectionality, and new frontiers. A couple of audience throwouts were experimentation, amplification, craft as an agent of change. And I'm going to keep an eye on the chat in both Zoom and Hopin. I'd love to hear from you what you're thinking about and what you're experiencing as far as themes, and I'll throw those out tomorrow as well. Just a reminder that you can ask questions via the Q&A in Zoom if you're here with us in Zoom, or you can chat and ask questions via the Q&A in Hopin via the main stage. I'm so excited to introduce our first program of today, which is the Future of Education. The Education Dialogue is a time for educators in the jewelry and metals field to get together and discuss issues in the field. This year's Education Dialogue format will bring together speakers who come from different facets of education, and each will give a brief presentation on their program, organization, and educational initiatives. I'm going to hand off to the Education Dialogue Committee, who are going to introduce themselves and our speakers for today. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thank you to SNAG as well for having us here today. Hello and welcome to this year's Education Dialogue. My name is Rachel Smith, and it has been an honor to coordinate the Education Dialogue Committee, working alongside Courtney Gray, Leslie Boyd, Lizeth Hernandez, and Guadalupe Navarro. Thanks to each one of you. I would also like to express my gratitude to Kristen Shiga and Patricia Madeja, who both served on this committee from 2019 to 2020 and contributed so much to the foundation of the programming we're about to engage in. And finally, again, thank you to SNAG, to Alex, to Kat, who have all been working tirelessly to organize and roll out this conference. We're thrilled to be here. So today, as we consider the future of education in our field, we will hear from Karen Smith of We Wield the Hammer, Udi Samet from Shanker College, and Lori Gibson from the Metal Museum. We are looking forward to learning from these three educators whose programs and initiatives fit our overall theme of inspire and aspire while taking on real challenges and offering unique solutions when thinking about the future of our field. We look forward to seeing the areas of divergence and overlap within their work, while also discussing education on a broad spectrum that includes both matriculating and non-matriculating programs. Following the presentations from Carrie, Udi, and Lori, we will transition to a panel discussion. So if you have any questions along the way, please put them into the stage's Q&A. Time's going to be short, so we'll also be hosting a hop-in session immediately after this main stage program to continue the conversation. At this point, I'm going to hand things over to Courtney Gray. Courtney is the host of the podcast for the Lovo Jewelers, the education liaison for Rio Grande, and a creative business consultant. And she will be introducing Karen Smith. Thank you, Courtney.
Thanks, Rachel. You did an amazing job. Good morning, everybody. I'm excited and honored to help with this important dialogue again this year, coming to you virtually from Austin, Texas. It's nice that we can do this and still connect in this way. Thank you all for attending. It's been a pleasure to learn about this next speaker's goals and her perseverance in her efforts to educate and inspire future generations of our community. I would like to introduce Karen Smith, the founder and executive director of We Wield the Hammer. Karen is a self-taught metal artist and is also an arts educator, a Brooklyn, New York transplant, Brooklyn. She is a longtime Oakland resident and was inspired to start a vocational program that teaches the fundamentals of metalsmithing to young women and girls of African-American descent. After an apprenticeship in Dakar, Senegal, which Karen, I hope we get to hear more about that today. Karen is currently working daily and diligently to raise funds to reopen and run facilities for this mission in Oakland and also in Durham, North Carolina. Karen? You can have your tea first.
It's fine. That was really, I wasn't thinking it was going to end right there. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Rachel. Thank you so much, Crystal, for such a great introduction. I just want to talk a little bit about our program and what it is that we're doing here. And because this is all about inspire and aspire, the thing that really kept coming up for me is equity in metals education. So that's what I want to talk about a little bit today. But again, We Wield the Hammer is a metalsmith training program for young women and girls of African descent, not necessarily African American, but of African descent. Our mission is to identify, train, track, support young women who might not otherwise have access to metalsmithing as a career option. I founded the program in Oakland, though the idea was gestated in Dakar, Senegal, where I did a 6-month internship with a master goldsmith. It's an 8-week training program that teaches the fundamentals of metalsmithing. And students who go on, students who complete the program can go on to apprentice with jewelers, complete apprenticeship programs, or use their newfound skills in other areas. I have a student who is now using these skills in sculpture with mixed media, and she's doing extraordinary work. This is pretty text heavy, and so I'm just going to read it because I wanted to get everything out, and then I'm happy to answer questions. One of the things that's really clear to me is that women and girls are disproportionately lacking access to this artistry worldwide. And women and girls of African descent are particularly exempted from these pursuits. In West Africa, where I did my internship, the traditions are domains of men and have historically been regarded as men's work. But in the US, it's pretty much the same. This art form is out of the reach of many, especially those from marginalized groups. The disparity in economic lives grows every year. And in large urban areas like Oakland, where I started the program, or Brooklyn, where I'm from, or Durham, where the program is about to launch, opportunities to train are exceedingly limited. Metalsmithing is a vocation that is very, very costly. And we all know that. Art schools and other formalized training can cost upwards of $20,000 or more. And I learned that the hard way when I decided that this is what I wanted to do, which is why I'm self-taught. And most importantly, though, the jewelry industry itself is nearly exclusive, is nearly the exclusive domain of those with access and opportunity and capital. Our students, by virtue of no-cost training, have the opportunity to enter the industry through training, apprenticeships, and networking opportunities. The pandemic and the cessation of our classes meant that we had the opportunity to work on building the program even further, or broadening what it is we do with the program. The murders of George Floyd and other Black people in the country over the past year has shifted the consciousness of some people in the industry who have wanted to show solidarity with marginalized groups by reaching out to organizations like We Will the Hammer and offering support, opportunities for collaboration, and more. We Will the Hammer now has a list of jewelers, for instance, who are prepared to accept our students as apprentices to train to be bench jewelers once they come through our program. And that's one way we've expanded our offerings. But one of the questions is what's next for metals education? And We Will the Hammer was created to meet a need. The industry is largely white, is largely privileged, and is largely out of reach. Over the last 18 months, there's been more attention paid to BIPOC folks who often operate on the periphery, but it's been largely performative. I have been asked to speak at conferences and give talks about my programming, give my opinion about how we might change things in the industry so that's more inclusive. I've even been asked to outright give my ideas so that people with capital can start their own program like this, even though this program already exists. And what I find is that equity is the way that we are going to be able to make changes. That is how we're going to be able to make changes in the metals industry. This child right here inspired me to create We Will the Hammer. She saw a woman doing something she'd never seen a woman do, and a woman who looks like her. And so now she can dream it for herself. I created We Will the Hammer to teach her and other people like her who don't have access to exclusive neighborhoods or higher education or benevolent folks who have new ways of seeing, so that now that she has seen this, she can do it. But the problem remains, the perception of the industry. This is a Facebook post from last week. Someone posted that they were looking forward to attending the SNAG conference and asked, are you planning to attend? One of the answers was, don't bother. It's for college art teachers and students. No professional jewelers bother with them because they are fine art elitists who do not teach good techniques. This person said that they speak from experience. They served on the SNAG board of directors, and she could not get them to help high school jewelry art teachers or community teachers. And that is a perception that exists in this industry. Sometimes it's also the fact. When I'm asked how metals education needs to grow, I'm reminded that the work I do is done with very little support from institutions and organizations and investors who could actually make great changes without hardships. Metals educations could explode if opportunities existed to encourage actual diversity, and that there was less performative allyship and real clear-cut support for non-traditional learning, as well as opportunities for formal education. There has to be room for both, and there needs to be more representation within the industry. It should not take social unrest to have conversations about why the industry is homogeneous and what can be done about it. Programs like We Will the Hammer exist to begin to level the playing field. Yet this has been such a grassroots effort that I have worked on this project for more than 2 years before I could even pay myself a half-time salary. And almost every single dollar that was raised by my own effort personally, because I'm committed to these young women. I don't just say that I am. The theme of the conference is appealing to me for many, many reasons. My life work is to inspire greatness, possibility, and creativity in people who look like me. That's how I have been able to be successful, and that is part of the rent that I pay for being on the planet. To offer alternative opportunities and support their visions, our students lead this program and they have done things that they never thought that they could. And they dream a little bit bigger. And sometimes they just begin to dream. They continue to need support to sustain the beginning of their education, because this is the beginning of their metals education. They continue to need mentors who understand the road they want to take. We should aspire to equitable access, fair pay, and genuine care. We see people posting on social media black boxes during times of unrest, and it's popular and it's habitual, but honestly, it's useless. Unless we are actually doing the work to make this extraordinary vocation open to all of us. How? Equity. Equity is the change we need to see. Sharing the wealth, creating opportunities, and supporting existing organizations. That is how I see, this is what I aspire to, and this is how I have been inspired. Thinking about how we can change the industry for our group as well as for everyone, because when our group succeeds, everyone succeeds. So that, in a nutshell, is what I wanted to say about We Will the Hammer.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Karen, for that wonderful presentation. And I see a lot of comments coming in. And also, if you have questions for Karen, we're going to be addressing those at the end. So please submit them. We're compiling a list. And also, if you're in Hopin, you can upvote a question that you have interest in as well, just to let us know what's really on your mind. So thank you again. Now I'm going to hand things over to Leslie Boyd, a founding member of the JV Collective, as well as assistant professor and jewelry area coordinator at Metropolitan State University of Denver. They will be introducing Uli Samet. Thank you, Leslie.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Thank you to everyone at SNAG, everyone on the committee, and especially to our panelists for coming and sharing a little bit about your programs with us today. I also want to give a shout out to our student volunteer, Lizeth Hernandez, who's one of my students at MSU Denver, who's been helping us out with this programming. So much appreciation to you. So I am going to go ahead and introduce, with great pleasure, Uri Samet. Samet is a co-founder of the jewelry design department at Shankar College of Engineering, Design, and Art in Ramat Gan, Israel, where he serves as an instructor and department head. Samet teaches courses in glasses design, watch design, gold and silversmithing, with a specific focus on making connections between Shankar students and industry professionals. Samet holds a master's degree in design from Middlesex University in London, and also attended a continued design program at the vocational gold and silversmithing school, Centro Formazione Professionale in Florence, Italy. Parallel to his academic career at Shankar, Uri also owns an independent design studio where he works on diverse projects opposite the industry. Over the years, he's exhibited his work in numerous exhibitions, both locally and abroad. Uri, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So let me just share the screen. Okay, so everybody's seeing fine? Great. So thank you again for the intro. I would say that inherently what we are trying to do in the Department of Jewelry Design in Shankar is to combine creativity, tradition, and innovation. But the way we do it is a bit different. Most academic design departments are based on a hierarchical model of study built like a tree, beginning with the core-based studies represented by the trunk, continued by advanced courses, the branches and leaves, if you want, and then summarizing with the final project, the fruit. The program of study at the Department of Jewelry Design in Shankar is a bit different, more like the structure of a rhizome, a network. There is no such thing as courses that are regarded inferior to others. For example, for many years, a technical course would receive less credit points than a design course because it was regarded as inferior. Well, that doesn't exist anymore. It was just regarded as technical and not as a design course. All courses are structured in a system that promotes collaboration between them, i.e. joint assignments, for example. We call those synergies, emphasizing the connection between courses and content learned in them, and the support each can provide to the other. So instead of the conventional pyramid-based structure of learning represented by the tree here, I see our program more as a network and ecosystem that looks a little bit more like this image. We try not to confine ourselves to the limits of a tree, rather work in a landscape where the sky is the limit. The connection with the outside world, the real life, as we call it, is important to us, and we invest a lot of effort in developing and conducting joint cooperative courses with valid companies where the student acts as the designer and the company as the client for which designs are produced according to a specific brief. These simulative courses prepare the students and provide them with the needed skill set to make for a more fluid transition to his or hers post-academic experience. And these show just a small group of company names, brands that we've done cooperations with. This is an example of such a cooperation showing eye and sunglasses designed by our students for an Israeli pharmacy chain like CVS or LensCrafters in the States. The glasses were then produced, distributed, and sold in all their stores. This was an amazing experience for the students, as not only did they practice work parallel to such a big company, they also got to see their designs sold in stores while they were still students, and see them afterwards also worn by models during last year's Tel Aviv Fashion Week. We try not to confine our students to any restrictions. They can choose to work with any material they find suitable for their designs, some of which aren't necessarily defined as conventional jewelry pieces. For example, we have a chessboard design course, glasses design, as I mentioned before, and many, many more. During their four-year academic degree program, they're exposed to countless techniques and design know-how, both basic and state-of-the-art 3D operated systems. the constantly evolving field of jewelry and metalsmithing, as well as questions concerning its future, is a topic that is critically discoursed in our department. For example, I've also added a unique course to the already diverse curriculum in which students research the field of accessibility within the medical treatment and rehabilitation arena. This comes following a number of recent projects presented by our students under this subject, demonstrating that the academic, technical, and design know-how acquired in the department enables design opportunities far beyond conventional jewelry as commonly perceived today. The outcome of their project actually help people heal, not just decorate them. We also find it important to expose our students to different cultures and unique languages of design and techniques from other parts of the world. And we do that by hosting master classes run by some of the most prominent jewelry artists, designers, academy professors that we invite once a year for this purpose. These are some names. We're very proud of the department's success. Our students win prestigious international prizes. They take part in exhibitions, both local and international. And these are just some achievements from the last couple of years that I'm showing you. It was just announced that our fourth year student, Shani Exelrad, here on the left, was chosen as one of the few finalists in the 27th edition of the International Mittel Moda contest in Italy with her hip rap culture inspired final project. We're still waiting for the jury to decide. Inbar Avneri was announced finalist in the 2020 jewelry design graduate competition run by the Arts Thread. She also won the J+ Klimt 02 Audience Award with her amazing final project, done, by the way, mostly at home because of the COVID crisis. Irena Galon, announced finalist in the prestigious International Talent Support Competition held in Milan, Italy. Graduate Noah Maloney participated in the Safilo and L'Uomo Vogue Forward Vision for Eyewear competition and exhibition with her remarkable line of sunglasses designed as part of her final project. Another first prize winner, this time the Swarovski International Talent Support graduate Tatiana Lobanova with her beautiful project. And the list goes on and on. This is Noy Alon, announced winner of the International Jewelry Award in Florence Biennale, and Lior Shulak, Muli Kanir, who's next in Paris. And our students also take part in important exhibitions. This, for example, is a brooch designed by our recent graduate, Amit Chacham, inspired by the Me Too movement, chosen for last year's graduate show at the prestigious Galerie Marze in the Netherlands. So to sum up, remember this image representing the vast plains beyond the individual. And I'll stop here because I was asked to keep it short. You're all invited to find out more about us through the department's social media accounts. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you so much, Uli. Thank you for those beautiful images and also just great structure with which you run your program. And once again, if anyone has questions for Uli, submit those in the Q&A tab and we will get to them at the end of the program. At this time, I'm going to turn things over to Guadalupe Navarro. Guadalupe is an educator and studio artist who teaches jewelry for both community arts organizations and colleges, and will be introducing Lori Gibson. Thank you, Guadalupe.
Hello, thanks again, Rachel, for allowing me to be part of this committee. And also it's been really great working with Courtney, Leslie, and Lizette. I have the honor of introducing Lori Gibson, who leads the education department at the Metals Museum in Memphis, Tennessee. As the Education and Community Engagement Manager, she focuses on community engagement initiatives and integrating the learning strategies in the museum operations. She received a Bachelor's in Fine Arts from Missouri State, Lori having a strong desire to increase her abilities in artistic metalworking, spent 3 years honing her craft and teaching others metalworking at Kent State University, where she attained her Master's of Fine Arts degree in the spring of 2013. Her presentation will discuss the ideas and strategies that the Metals Museum uses in its educational programming and how those strategies reflect the needs and interests of the public museums, and those in which the public museum services. I now welcome Lori Gibson.
Hi, thank you for that introduction. Let me just get my screen share going. Okay, so thank you, Guadalupe, for that introduction, and thank you to SNAG for inviting me to be a part of this panel. It is a pleasure to speak and present along with Karen and Yuri and to learn more about their programs. My name is Lori Gibson, and I am the Director of Education and Community Engagement for the Metal Museum in Memphis, Tennessee. The Metal Museum is a contemporary art museum that focuses on and celebrates the art and craft of fine metalwork. We achieve this through exhibitions, collections, studio practice, and community education and engagement. And when we talk about the future of education, I feel that that conversation should not only be about who we are educating, but also where and how we are educating. And when considering the who for the museum, it is really everyone of all ages. We have the opportunity to create programs for youth, adults, general museum visitors, and artists of all experience levels. And when we look at the where and how, the museum is unique in that a lot of our programming is outside of a traditional classroom or studio. So one example is non-traditional learning space, and what probably comes to mind for most when talking about museum education is exhibitions and tours. And there's a mystical element in metalsmithing, and while people are familiar with metal objects, they aren't always familiar with the making process. So the question of how is it made comes up a lot throughout tours and with museum visitors. So by using both direct and indirect teaching methods, the education becomes more information and knowledge-based rather than physically learning the skills. Tour groups use more direct learning paths where the staff leads a discussion and answers questions, and the museum does have a functioning blacksmith shop and foundry, so tour groups can also watch a demonstration and ask the artist questions. And these demonstrations also help the students have a better understanding of how the work they are seeing and talking about in the gallery. And the museum visitors that are not in guided tours also have learning moments in the galleries through indirect methods, which can be as simple as a printed educational activity sheet in the gallery that defines tools and processes, or an interactive gallery activity like the virtual tour that highlighted different making processes used by artists in the 40 Under 40 exhibition. So while exhibition education tends to focus more on sharing knowledge, it is important to the museum that there are opportunities to learn the physical skill of making. We do this through a variety of hands-on activities and workshops and classes. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have a blacksmith shop and foundry that offer classes to those who are interested in a more immersive studio experience. In 2018, we converted a gallery into the learning space, which is where we do hands-on activities and workshops. The learning space is important under the idea of where and how. As a converted space, it does not have the necessary studio equipment such as ventilation needed for processes like soldering. So we're mindful to create classes and activities that use minimal and readily available tools and materials. So offering classes like these are important to show that you can still create metalwork even if you don't have the space or financial resources to set up a full studio. And another benefit from this class style approach is that we can become mobile and offer workshops and programs off-site, which in return readjusts that consideration of who we are educating as well as the where and how. It is no longer just providing opportunities for those who can physically visit the museum, but instead providing the learning opportunities outside of the museum walls. This leads me to the program that I want to focus the rest of my time on today, and that is the Soulsville Metals Collaborative, or the SMC for short. It is an after-school program for high school students ages 14 and up. We partner with a community organization to recruit students and meet at a local community center in their neighborhood 2 days a week for 2 hours. The students learn basic metalworking skills, including sawing, hammer and stamping, riveting, and enameling. So when they first join the program, they go through a 5-week training period. And at the end of the 5 weeks, they do a proficiency test, which is a snowflake on the right. This design was selected to use the beginning skills of sawing, stamping, and enameling. After the snowflake is cut out, the students texture one side and then apply clear enamel over the texture and opaque enamels on the other side. And completing this piece has really become a point of pride for the students. The returning students always make sure that every new person that enters the program has to make this piece. And when they first enter the program, we are pretty directive with the type of pieces they are making. And this is mostly to help them continue to strengthen their skills. And then the further into the program the student gets, the more we push them to find their interest in aesthetic. A lot of students gravitate towards enamel. And it is a way for them to take their work to a higher level by using color to add detail and interest. And then once a student feels confident in their skills, they start to play and experiment with the material more, which has resulted in some really interesting and nice pieces. And I mentioned earlier that there's a 5-week training period that concludes with the proficiency test. And the reason for that is because of the other aspect of this program is that it is designed to mimic a small business and uses workforce entry experience. So after students successfully complete the snowflake, they are eligible to be paid an hourly wage while working on pieces. They clock in and out when they arrive and leave as they would at a job. And I've had students walk in on the phone and say, okay, I've got to go, I'm at work. And they also never forget when it's payday. And we teach them how to price their work by tracking their time and materials used. We talk about wholesale pricing versus retail, how to price and inventory pieces, how to display and market the work, and the completed pieces are sold in an end of semester showcase. And you can see here the amount of work that the students are able to complete in a really small amount of time. Again, they are only working for 4 hours a week and they do not have access to the tools outside of those times. SMC also follows the school year. So if it's a spring break or if the school is closed or the partner organization is closed, then we don't meet. So the sales from the showcase go back into the program to help purchase supplies and to support their wages. And the showcases have become one of the favorite things for the students. For the first couple, they weren't really excited about them. They didn't understand why they were doing them. They didn't think people would come or buy anything. But by the third and the fourth showcase is one of the things that the students really start to look forward to and would start thinking of what they can make to sell. And one of the first questions they would ask when we would return from a break is, when is the show? Where are we doing it? Whose piece is going to be on the postcard? And they're also an important part of the program because it gives the students the recognition and celebration they deserve for all the hard work that they've done over the semester. And it shows them that it's one way of being a working artist. I want to do one quick student highlight. This is LaQuisha. She started the program the first year, which is in 2015 when she was 14. She attended every year and almost every class. And the photo on the left is the work that she completed on her first semester. And this is the work she completed her last semester, which was May of 2019. So over the years, like all of her pieces have became more time intensive and more complex designs. And all of this work is hand-sawn and riveted and handmade. So spinoff of the SMC program is See You in Summer. While SMC is more production focused, See You in Summer is a project-based program. It is done in partnership with the same community organization, and it takes place during their 6-week summer camp. Each week, the students learn a new technique and create a project using those skills. So we've done blacksmithing with our mobile forge, where we set up in the parking lot of the community center. The same with welding. The students make maquettes out of cardboard and then weld the steel structures. Our foundry staff will come 1 week and do a mold making and casting project, again, setting up the mobile foundry in the parking lot. And we've done more in-depth enameling, exploring the use of watercolor enamels. So the last week of the program, we bring the students to the museum where they help install the work into a gallery, and we have a reception for them that evening. Another difference between the two programs is that we don't pay them an hourly wage in See You in Summer, but we do give them the option to either keep their projects or put them up for sale during the reception. They receive any of the money from the sales of the pieces that are sold. And while these programs happen off-site, which I think it is important as, again, we think about the who, where, and how we are educating, I do want to mention that we bring them to the museum as part of the program so they can learn and experience a different learning environment. And it's important for students to see how other artists are using the same techniques to be inspired by the work. I also like to bring students to Repair Days, which is our annual fundraiser where there are 100 to 150 volunteers. This gives our students the opportunity to really see more of the metalsmithing field and all of the possibilities, and to meet with artists and metalsmiths. And they can also try techniques that we are not able to do in the community center, such as soldering. This is Teresa, and she is soldering a silver ring for the first time. And she loves working with fire. And anytime we were doing a project where she was able to do that, she was incredibly excited and happy. So this concludes the presentation, and I want to thank you again to SNAG for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to the continued conversations.
Thank you so much, Lori. Thanks for that amazing presentation. And thank you to all of our panelists for those great presentations. So at this time, we're going to transition over to our panel discussion. Feel free to keep dropping questions into the chat or the Q&A submission tab. We're keeping an eye on those, and we will finish up with those questions. And as a reminder, we're also going to head over to hop-in sessions immediately after this main stage time. So if we don't get a chance to cover everything, we hope you'll join us there. Leslie Boyd is going to be joining me in the upcoming to ask the upcoming panel questions. And I'm going to get us started with a question that I have for all of our panelists. So in 2 or 3 sentences, please describe what success looks like in your program.
I'll go first. Success in our program looks like more, it looks like freedom. It looks like, I love Lori's presentation just now at the very end, specifically when she talks about how much joy that young woman got from learning new techniques and her love of fire. So success in our program means a comfortability with things like fire, because almost every young woman who comes through the program is afraid of the torch. It looks like dreaming. It looks like wanting to continue. Okay, I think that's 4 sentences.
I think to follow up, I'd say happiness. See happy faces is a success, and not always, by the way. When they're struggling, it's also fine. they learn a lot when they're struggling, but happy faces are very important. And I think one more thing that I find that I get to talk with my graduates, some of which go on to master programs, and they tell me that they find it easier for them than their other partners from other departments from the world. They find that they are equipped with a wider base of skill set in order for them to, they feel very much, I forgot the word in English, but strong in the skill set that they've received in the department. This is always something that I'm very happy to hear.
Yeah, I agree with both of what Karen and Yuri were saying. And for me also, since I'm working with high school students, I think success comes in the form of like just seeing their growth and confidence, and not only their skills, but them as people. Especially since I start working with several of them at a young age where they're really kind of coming into their own and finding what they like to do and their interests, to be able to see them have that opportunity to go through the program and learn that. And also just knowing that it's an option. And maybe it's not one that they end up pursuing after they graduate, but just to know that like these are skills that they can do. I've had a couple students go through the program that really became interested in looking at welding as a career beyond high school. So just kind of putting it in their mindset that this is available for them and it is there, and that it's something that they can consider beyond my time with them.
I loved hearing all of those responses so much because like expertise and technique basically never came up. It was centered on joy, happiness, growth, and empowerment, which, you know, I personally as an educator agree with y'all 100%. You know, it's fantastic if someone comes away from her classroom, you know, with skill sets that can become a way for them, a means of them to make a living. Like this is certainly something we need to pay attention to. But if we can have them leave our classroom first and foremost, feeling confident, comfortable, and empowered as individuals, then that will come later, you know, if it needs to. So it was so lovely to hear all of those answers.
Leslie, the word I was looking for before and I forgot was confidence. Thank you.
Yes, it's such a key word, you know, confidence, empowerment, you know, these are just so important for us as educators to always keep in mind, I believe. So I'm going to go on into our next question, and it's kind of a little bit of a two-parter, so you can select which part of it you're more interested in answering. So where do you see your organization or efforts evolving to from where they are now? So that might be like, what are the next steps for your organization or your programming, et cetera? And then additionally, where and how do you think the field of metals education needs to grow? So it might not be like where your program needs to grow, but like where does the field maybe at large need to grow? And do you have any suggestions for this growth or examples of strategies and initiatives that maybe you've implemented in your own programming that could respond to those needs? And I might have Lori, if you're open to it, I'll have you maybe go first and kind of, we've heard so much about the programming with these high school students. So what would potentially be the next step for that? Or how do you see that filling a gap that exists in the field?
Yeah, so in terms of kind of the first part, which was the efforts of evolving and where they're going to go, like, I mean, for me personally, I'd love to see us do kind of more of these types of programs with additional community partners and not just work with kind of one neighborhood in Memphis, but multiple neighborhoods. So we're really expanding our reach there. And then what was the second part of the question? Sorry.
What gaps do you kind of see in the broader metalsmithing and jewelry field that you either feel like need to be addressed or that you feel that your programming addresses currently?
Well, that is a good question. I think a lot of it is knowing it's there and finding ways that to introduce people to it earlier, which was great to see, like a lot of these, you know, with Karen reaching out to young girls and, you know, working with our high school students. Because I know for me personally, I didn't even know metals was an option until I was in college. So like I didn't know that that was something I could learn earlier and kind of come into that career and knowledge sooner. So having these opportunities where people can start to learn at an earlier age and be more familiar with it at an earlier age, which is, I will say, probably challenging, especially right now as we hear of more and more programs being cut, of like, where are we finding those learning opportunities? And I love seeing kind of more of these kind of community studios that are popping up that are offering those opportunities. And I think we'll continue to see more of those throughout the years. And another space that I have found while working at the museum that I think is important to keep in mind is that it's not only the youth and kids that are interested in learning, but it's adults and retirees. And they're people that it's something that they've always wanted to know, but they've always been a little scared to try. And whether it's, you know, the investment of tools or not knowing what steps to make, but like there's also definitely a space in that demographic of offering educational opportunities and classes.
Thank you, Lori. And Karen or Uri, do either of you want to jump in on this question?
Well, we're living in special times. A genuine cultural, technological revolution. Modern jewelry designers need to know how to take the emerging changes into account, to understand that they need to open up to new technologies and manufacturing processes inundating us, to know how to combine tradition and innovation. As we all know, there are goldsmith and silversmith technologies, some dating thousands of years, for which there is no substitute. The goldsmith's work table cannot yet be replaced by a computer or a 3D printer. Consequently, at the Department of Jewelry Design, we take pains to preserve courses in which traditional handwork principles are central, while innovative manufacturing methods are implemented in and incorporated into the curriculum all the time, including rapid prototyping and CAD-aided design and so on and so forth. So I think the key here is combining heritage and innovation all the time, and always being attentive to new technologies and new ideas. We're seeing a lot of jewelry hopping up in virtual playgrounds now. So last year, by the way, one of the final projects was virtual. You couldn't touch it. You could. She just designed a whole pack of I forgot again the word, but there's something that works through an app, that she also designed. Filters, that's the word I was looking for. She designed a whole pack of filters, jewelry design filters. And, this was the first time in our department that a final project wasn't tangible. It was virtual. Anyway.
I am going to say one word, and that's access. For me, it is all about access. And I appreciate being asked. I mean, I touched on this in my presentation, but I think one of the ways that we're going to see change is leveling the playing field. One of the ways we're going to see things happen is having everyone who wants to have access to this work have access to it. And that takes dedication, but it also takes like real strategy, right? I appreciate Lori saying, oh, I didn't know that metals was a thing until I was in college. I did not know metals was a thing till way past college. Like, I have a whole life as an academic that has nothing to do with what I do now. And so, so it's about having access, knowing that this is a thing that you can do. Representation is really important, but also what's next for our program is we're expanding, right? We incubated in Oakland. We're about to open here in Durham, North Carolina, because, the world is opening back up. Thank God, even though the world is opening back up and we're gonna do this. But my program, the catalyst for this program happened in Dakar, where they have a saying that women don't wield the hammer, right? And so the program is expanding to Dakar. That has always been a part of the vision, where access to learning this art form, this vocation, can actually change women's lives, like in the short term and then in the long term. And so, yeah, for me, it's always going to be access.
Karen, that's such a great word. And I think it really ties into a lot of the themes of freedom, joy, growth. And I feel that each of you focus on the journey. and really celebrating the journey for each of your students, and that wanting to continue kind of brings me to our next question. This was, I think originally we sort of planned this question for Karen and Lori, but Udi too, if you have thoughts on this, definitely jump in. So we were thinking, when students leave your programs, right, you provide this access and this support and this growth and this journey. When they leave your program, how can making be sustained or continued for them? And do you see this as a priority? And how do you have those conversations with students during their time with you to support or encourage that?
Okay, I'll go first again. So one of the things that we have gotten really clear about is that our program is not just about the initial training, right? We have needed to expand it so that we can talk to our students about entrepreneurship, for instance, about giving them access to mentors, for instance, about helping them figure out like where they might want to go, about providing access for them to be able to work until they can afford their own studio spaces. Because setting up a studio is expensive, right? I appreciate Uri saying that this work has been going on for thousands of years, and that's really true, right? And a lot of us use really expensive tools and we use really, and we have ways of being with this work that costs. And so, you know, young women who come through our program, we understand that they don't necessarily need handholding, but they need support. We have a student who graduated from the program who is now working as a sculptor, and she is a mixed media artist. And we gave her ideas about how she could begin to set up her own shop. And then she talked to us about what she was doing, and, you know, blew my mind, right? Yeah, we want to put methods in place for them to continue to get the support. And I want my students to always know that they can come to us no matter how long it's been since they've been in the program. I want students to know that if they finish the program and they go on and they study, they can come back and teach for us. You know, I think it's really important that representation is really important. So they are all going to have Black women in front of them who wield a torch, who wield a hammer, who, you know, do this work. But, you know, they are free to come back and teach in this program, to come back and mentor in this program. You know, for us, it's about continuing tradition, right?
Yeah, so ours, like I always I would try to look at our students individually and see kind of where they feel like they're going to be going after high school, and how what we're doing can apply in ways that will support their end goals. You know, I had a couple students that one was going to be a dentist, and like her sister is going to be the office manager. So they had their whole thing figured out of like what they were going to do. So, you know, but when we're looking at the SMC program, they're learning some of those business skills, which they can then apply to where they're going to go in the future. You know, oftentimes people in dental programs are suggested to take metal classes so they can get used to working with small tools and like little metal pieces. So, yeah, so a lot of, for me, like kind of sustaining may not necessarily be like they're in an art field, but like what am I doing to support their goals for when they graduate and where they want to go into their life. And look, you know, most of our students are returning students. Once they start the program, they tend to come back year after year. So we really get to know them and, you know, have talks with them and kind of figure out what they want to do, what they're thinking with their career, and then just kind of even talking about like well, you can do this as a career. And, sometimes we'll find ways to do a field trip to like a welding shop or to more tech, like a tech school or something. So like they can see where it's an option. So one of the students actually did apply for into a metals program and was accepted, and then ultimately decided to do a different direction with her career. But she actually made these earrings. I didn't show these earlier, but she made these wonderful earrings that I'm wearing today. And then we've had, like I said earlier, we've had several students that have looked into welding as a career and have done some like dual credit classes while they're still in high school with some of the technical schools. So it's really on an individual basis. The students that are really into jewelry making and into the metalsmithing process, we'll have them come to the museum if they can to do one of the studio classes, so they really get a more in-depth hands-on experience. We've kind of set it up so if they're interested and they want to continue, we have a toolbox that we'll gift them at the end of the program, so they have some of those like basic materials that we're really using in the program so they can continue. And like I said, we're doing it in a community center, which is a shared space. There are no special tools. It's literally like the clamp on bench pen with the hand and saw. So it's things that they can find a space to do in their house or whatever like their living situation is. Yeah.
Uri, did you have any thoughts on this question, or I can also move on into the next one, up to you. And you spoke a little bit in your presentation about how, you have such a connection with industry in your program. So actually I might even ask, how does that continue post-graduation? Are there a lot of internships that are taking place where these students might, be moving into paid positions, et cetera?
Well, we wanted to integrate into the program. For instance, when I finished my studies in Bezalel, it's also another big design school in Israel. It was more art-based, craft-based. It was an amazing program, but when I graduated, I didn't know, okay, what can I do now? How do I integrate into the world? It was so the thing behind our department is that we wanted to build something different. That one of the core ideas behind our department is to bridge over the gap between the academia and the industry or the real world outside, and partly by doing so by bringing companies to do cooperative courses with our students. Real companies, real big companies that come, like the Super Farm that I've talked about before. It's like your CVS. It's a huge chain store in Israel, and they were amazed by our students. They got a group of working 17 or 18 students in this course, and the outcomes were amazing for them. And they immediately started producing these frames and selling them. And this student, for instance, can come out of the program, undergraduate program, and say, I've already done a cooperative design project with CVS or handcrafters or whatever, parallel to whatever you have there. And you can see my glasses in stores already. So this is an amazing concept, and they learn how to work with briefs. This is something that I had a problem with. They always taught me you should think like there's nothing to stop you. What do you mean nothing to stop you? This frame is not supposed to cost more than this price, and it's supposed to not weigh more than this how many grams, and it's supposed to be this big exactly and made out of a specific material. And the students need to learn how to work also with restrictions. So this is something that we teach them, so that when they come out to the world, they know how to approach it in a more easier fashion. And this goes together with other courses that we touch about, for instance, marketing. and a course that discovers each student's DNA, and how to open a web page or a web store and how to sell through Instagram. So it's a 4-year intensive program where they come out of it with a really very wide skill set and knowledge to be able to do almost anything that they want.
Thank you. That was so great. Question for everyone. Just thinking about the unique structures that you are each using individually to structure your program, and thinking this could be pros and cons. Have there been any unexpected outcomes to the way that you have formatted your programs or structured your classes?
I can just say that I think these are different programs. I think that it's amazing what Karen is doing and what Lori is doing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And by the way, we're trying to also do, social programs with the department, empowering minorities or people that are having problems, and we hug them and bring them onto our program and do collaborative courses with them as well. So this is something so important and amazing, but I think our program is a bit different. As I said before, it's a 4-year program. Very intensive, very harsh. Not all of the people that get accepted finish.
I think one of the, did you say challenges? Was that the word you used, Rachel? I think one of the unexpected challenges for me, I was not prepared for how this would consume my life, right? Because I actually wasn't prepared for how much this would be a grassroots effort, right? When you have ideas and you want to make a difference, I wasn't prepared for how much I would have to do in a grassroots way. I wasn't prepared for how much praise I get for this program, but how little support. I wasn't prepared for how the challenge for me with this program, the unexpected challenge is continuing to make it happen without more outside support. That is the unexpected challenge. And if I had $1 for everyone who said, "Oh my God, this is such a great program," we wouldn't be struggling, right? If I had, this program incubated in the Bay Area, where investors give $10 million to people who create a machine to press juice that you can actually do with your hands, right? Like, there is nothing but money available in the world. And yet I have been unprepared. The unexpected challenge I have had is trying to make all the lip service, turn all the lip service into actual support for the program. One of the, I'm just gonna stop there.
So I think one of the challenges I had early on was just building trust with the students. And, you know, they're high schoolers, so they're kids. But, you know, it took a while to build up that trust. And it was just a matter of continuing to show up every week and both days and just be there every time, fully committed, fully there, focused on the kids, not having distractions when I'm there, but really like being in that space with them. I mean, in terms of expectations, I don't know if I really had any like set expectations going into the program, other than, well, we're going to do it. And one of the goals was to really engage the students and help the program grow and help them kind of build that program. So while we may have had like the building blocks in it, it really grew and changed from the students' feedback of what they liked doing, what they wanted to see do. You know, we tried several different ways of learning and teaching and finding the right one. You know, I think about into the second year at some point, we decided that we needed to get them each their own individual toolboxes instead of having like bins of community tools. And just doing that really simple gesture really kind of changed how they approach their work. Like it was really, they would come in, they would get their box. They really were starting to feel more ownership of the program. They get it, they set up, they start working, and they just go. So, you know, it's constantly evolving, still continues to evolve. But it's really a matter of just engaging with them and listening to them and letting them help kind of set the path for what we're doing.
Thanks so much, y'all, for your thoughtful answers to that question. I'm going to put on my We Wield the Hammer apron, which I know you can purchase in their web store, as well as pressing the donate button on their website. And I think, you know, you had mentioned, Karen, that you weren't necessarily aware when you went into this of how much of a grassroots effort this would be and how like it was all encompassing of your life. And I was actually thinking back to one of the panels yesterday. I'm not sure if y'all listened to it, but from the Society of Inclusive Blacksmiths. And oh my goodness, I think her name is Lauren. Forgive me if that's not your name, who spoke on behalf of that organization. But they, you know, spoke similarly that they saw this deficit in their field, that it was a predominantly white, male, extremely kind of a machismo-like field, and that there wasn't a space for women, and there was absolutely no representation pretty much of non-white individuals. And then it became, you know, this idea of like, we want to do something about this, became something that, you know, has taken over kind of their lives and still feels like they're making such little traction. And forgive me if I'm not speaking, you know, clearly for that organization, but, you know, I think it's really, I want to, I guess, take a moment now to plug, you know, for those of us who are in a space of immense kind of privilege, that we need to be contributing in every way that we can, through spreading the word, through money, if we have it, right? And through seeing how we can go beyond asking how our field can be more inclusive and representative, and actually do the things that can make it more inclusive and representative. So with that said, I'm going to kind of transition to the question of how can we support your different programming? So this could be, you know, for Karen, for you, like, what can we do to make sure that your program grows, that you don't get a half full-time salary, but you get a full-time salary, you know, that more students can come through that. Lori, for you, like, so that you can expand these other, I think you'd noted like other geographical locations, or like outside of the small numbers that you're currently able to serve, or perhaps, you know, grow the facilities that you have access to teach these workshops. And then for Uri, I think a little bit on the other end of things, like how can we support you, and how can we maybe take some of this dialogue that we've had today and that was throughout the day yesterday, of making sure that this kind of more, that students feel empowered to even enter your program, perhaps to begin with, to see the future that a lot of us are kind of speaking to right now. And so I'm not sure, Karen, I see that you're unmuted. I'm not sure if you want to take this one first.
That would be great. First, I want to say, Leslie, that I appreciate you showing off our fabulous apron. And I really want to say that one of the things that has been really important for us is support from individual metalsmiths and individual jewelers. Like last year when our names started to pop up on social media, and people were like, what can we do? And lots of people are just like small time hobbyists, or there were people who, were full-time jewelers, but lots of us who are full-time jewelers or metal artists aren't making six figures. And so, people were doing things like buying our merchandise. And I remain grateful that we have had so much individual support from people like you, Leslie, who have been like, well, I don't have a lot of money, but I want an apron and I want to share that on social media. And, I want to buy a t-shirt for my mom for her birthday. like those kinds of things are very small, but they help spread the word. But like one of the things that's really, really important for us is we keep saying, well, what can we do? And people ask me all the time, what can we do to like make a difference? And I feel sort of like it's an unfair question, because I think that like we are all really clear that if we want to make a difference, we have to actually move and not ask questions, right? There is a perception, and I said this earlier in my talk, that this is an elitist industry, right? That is elitist and that is exclusive. And there are folks who claim to want to see that be different. Well, the way you see that be different is support and encourage difference. If you are in an organization and everybody around you is white and privileged, like there's a reason why that's so. If there, I think for me, it's about moving, it's about supporting. And, I can say simple things like, well, people can just write us checks. People can write checks to the Metals Museum, or, they can just give us money. And absolutely, we need that. But for me, it's also about getting clear that Uri and I are peers, even if he is doing something completely different than what I'm doing, right? That Lori and Uri are peers, right? Like I am never, ever going to suggest that formal education is not appropriate or not extraordinary. I am a person who has a formal education. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate non-traditional education and understand how that also plays a part in this industry and plays a part in the happiness quotient that we alluded to earlier. And so I think there's a way that I have felt left out of the conversation because of what I look like, or because of what my training is or isn't. And I think that we have to expand the ways that we think about that, but we also have got to stop saying, oh, this is such a great idea. If it's a great idea, help it come to fruition, right? Help it come to fruition. I started this program in the Bay Area, again, where there are millions of dollars available. And, and so I think that we have to like own our humanity and own like what it is we seek to be. We have to stop with this sort of exclusive thing. Uri does things that I don't do, and he does them extraordinarily well. That does not mean we are not peers. That does not mean that I don't deserve the same respect and the same salary. Do you get what I'm saying? And Ori, I don't know what your salary is. I hope it's great.
No, the Shankar is how do you say it's funded by the government. It's not independent, so don't it's not a big number, Karen. It's funded by the state, so it's a state university, and whatever. So if I started talking already, so I'll just answer. Support, I'm just spread the words. It's an amazing department, but it's coming from a very small country in the Middle East, where usually what you hear about Israeli are harsh and dividing political, social, and cultural issues. But great things, amazing things are happening in Israel. And the Department of Jewelry Design in Shankar is one of them.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of echoing both with Karen and Yuri here. Just sharing the word. Also supporting your nonprofits, whether it's Metal Museum, We Wield the Hammer, just any of the arts organizations that really strive to put these tools and things into people's hands. And then maybe it's not just supporting like our specific programs, but just supporting like the goal behind the programs. So, if you have a studio and that there's someone that's interested in learning it, just take the time to work with them, set a date where they can come in and learn some of those basic skills. It doesn't have to be necessarily an official program or something that they sign up to do, but, just really being available to have that kind of mentorship and that opportunity to teach the people that want to know and really be open to that. And as I've been talking, we haven't really talked much about the virtual aspect of what's happened over the past couple of years, but that is it's such an eye-opening opportunity, the amount of virtual artist talks that we've been able to have over the years, and just the opportunity to kind of go and see places, maybe not in person, but things that you normally wouldn't have the opportunity to attend. I do have some volunteers that'll help out with the programs here in Memphis, right? But, which volunteers are great, but not everybody can travel hours to get to Memphis to help volunteer for the program, right? But, as I'm talking, like, are there ways to do some kind of virtual artist talk with the kids where you're sharing what they're making so they can see it, or maybe some kind of virtual mentorship of like, we can Skype you in a couple times throughout the semester and touch base, or you share work or answer questions. So I think there's a lot of opportunities virtually that we will continue to find out throughout the coming future. Really, like I said, I don't see it going away. So for sure there.
Thank you all so much. I think we're going to take a look at some of the Q&A that's been rolling in throughout the session. So from Katja Toporski, we have a question for Karen. How do we make sure to expand the group of instructors to be more inclusive across the board of metals education institutions? Do you have any specific ideas? And if and that's a question for Karen, and if anyone else has ideas too. Yeah.
I mean, call it out. When I was in academia, I was on a hiring committee, and, there would never be Black people who would be considered for jobs because they weren't good enough. I mean, and all people who had graduated from college, finished, had PhDs, had work done, but none of them were good enough. I don't work in situations. When people work in situations where everybody is like them, it's clear that everybody is like you. Call it out. Ask why that isn't so. Recommend people that you know who are who can do the job. Think about people who look differently as you as equal to you. One of the problems that I have had that has frankly been a little bit offensive is ways that people have talked to me about what it is that I do versus what it is they do, and I've had people condescend to me. I've had people talk about ask me for my work so that they can start it themselves, with their capital, even though this program already exists. I mean, for me, it's just a matter of like actually looking around, being present and understanding that we are all human, right? If you look around, if you are committed to diversity, even if you are a person who just realized that there was such a thing as a lack of diversity in this industry, and you just realized that there is, lack of representation, okay, call it out to the powers that be. Hire people who look different than you. I mean, like, to me, it's not a fair question. And I always wonder how it is that I'm expected to answer something that seems so basic, right? Yeah, I would say call it out.
We have another question from Ki Ho-yoon, who says, wonderful programs. And also, Uri, I would love to know more about your class structure.
Well, I've talked about it a little bit. Again, it's a 4-year program. Each class has about 25 students. So altogether, 4-year, we have 100 students altogether in the department. Each year, they run through around 20 courses, some of which work together in synergies, like I talked about, in cooperation, some courses with corporations outside of the academia. Some are technical courses, some are design thinking courses. They work, each student has his own bench, personal bench, but also there's an area where they all work together. We have around 20 teachers, and maybe more specifically, a question more specific, or did I answer it enough?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we are running to the end of our program, and I unfortunately have the sad job of wrapping us up for today. And I'm just happy knowing that directly after this main stage portion, all of the panelists will graciously be joining us for a hop-in session where we can continue these conversations and dive a little bit deeper. So once again, I just want a huge thank you to go out for each of our panelists, Karen Smith, Udi Samet, and Lori Gibson. Thank you for your amazing presentations and your thoughtful responses and this conversation. At this point, I would love to give you all the platform at the end, let the community know if there's anything exciting, last bits that you want to share, last plug for your program before we head over to Hop-in.
I'll go first again. Our program is expanding to Durham, North Carolina. We are hoping to open it for the fall. So we are actively seeking space here. We are always looking for operational funds and angel investors. And Leslie already showed you how fabulous our apron is. It is the perfect thing for your bench as well as your kitchen. So you are more than welcome to check that out. But I just actually also want to say thank you for having me here. I learned a lot, and it was great to be in conversation with such a diverse group as Lori and Ori.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. We're looking forward to being able to start the program up again, hopefully this next year. And then just, that was the one program I focused on today, but we do have a lot of programs that we do at the museum. So, and like I said earlier, they're for all ages and experience levels. But this one has been a really fun one for us to do and continue to do. So thank you to SNAG for giving the opportunity to talk about it more and to share more of what its goals are.
Thanks again. And also thanks to our Education Dialogue Committee, Courtney, Leslie, Lizeth, and Guadalupe. And if anyone is interested in learning more or has feedback for the committee, please feel free to reach out. We have an email, eddialogue@snagmetalsmith.org. And finally, thanks to everyone in attendance for showing up and posing such great questions. And we invite you now to continue the conversation again in Hopin. Guadalupe and Courtney are making their way over first. So please come and join us. And we'll have 30 minutes in there. Up to 20 people can join a video call. So please do feel free to join in on video or continue on chat, whatever you prefer. And finally, if you can't make this Hopin conversation, we hope to see you at tonight's Snag and Conversation session, also on Hopin from 6 to 7. There's going to be a session for educators, for students, and for studio artists. And with that, see you on Hopin, and thank you again.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rachel, for doing all of that legwork. So as Rachel said, they're going to be moving over to Hopin, and based on the comments section, you're all going to want to be there. Thank you so much to the committee. Thank you so much to our panelists. My notebook is like, woo! Oh, you can't see it because of my silly screen. Sorry about that. But I just want to call out some amazing things from that conversation. What a great way to kick off the day. Some big high-level themes are like equity, freedom, joy, crushing it, dreaming. I think that was you, Karen. That was my favorite. But I also love this idea that kind of seemed to come up throughout, which is retraining ourselves to broaden the scope of what we deem to be valuable in terms of the industry. And thinking about some alternative models for success that include things that are non-monetary. And on the flip side of that, investing in structures of investment that don't exclude other kinds of impact. So like really thinking outside of financial impact and other ways to build community. And something that I want to point to that you said, Karen, this kind of we are peers, and a lot of people were really excited about that in the chat. And this idea of community reciprocity, like something that has given to you that you can give back, representation, returning to programs that have supported you, or people, mentors, mentees that have supported you, and finding other ways to support your community. That just really resonated with me. And yeah, I think it's, we're heading into the next panel, which is about community engagement. So I'm excited to continue this through line of community even further. Folks, head over to Hopin. We're about to head into a break. So you're not going to be missing anything on the main stage while you continue this conversation with our amazing panelists. But right now we're going to take a short break while you head to sessions on Hopin. Thanks so much, everyone. Okay, everybody, welcome back and ready for our next program. This program, oh dear, my screen is doing funny things. Sorry, everyone, give me a second. Nope. Oh, no, it's back. Sorry. Technical difficulties. So our upcoming presentation is sponsored by New York City Jewelry Week, my other boo. And we are heading into community engagement here and now. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that I can introduce our fantastic moderator, who is going to introduce you to all of our panelists and lead the conversation. So community engagement is going to hear from a number of panelists who are going to present on the ways in which that they have used jewelry and more broadly craft to build, strengthen, and empower their communities. Building on from what we were talking about this morning, I'm so excited for this to be our next program. I hope you're all as psyched as I am. And I'm going to hand things over to our moderator, Kristen Mitsushiga. As a maker, Kristen pursues projects that tell a story and actively engage her audience. She's deeply inspired by her participation in various artist collaborations, including the Emmer International Collaboration in Saskatoon, Collaboration NZ in New Zealand, and the Hawaii Artists Collaboration. Welcome, Kristen and panelists.
Thank you so much, Alex. It's great to be here. And welcome to this afternoon's panel discussion, Community Engagement Here and Now. As Alex said, my name is Kristen Shiga, and I am a maker and educator. And some of you may know me also as the former education director for SNAG. It is my great honor to be here today to introduce you to three amazing women who are not only makers in their own right, but who also devote their time and energy to building and empowering communities through metalsmithing, jewelry, and craft in general as their platform. I'm going to just do a little brief bio for each of them, and then they will each present a 10-minute presentation with visuals. And then we'll actually move into a panel discussion where you'll be able to ask them questions as well. So I'll start with Nadia. Nadia Masood is joining us from her current post at Penland in North Carolina. And in addition, again, to being an artist in her own right, Nadia is a founding member of Crafting the Future. Crafting the Future works to diversify the fields of art, craft, and design by connecting BIPOC artists with opportunities that will help them thrive. Malia McNaughton is a self-taught designer based in my hometown of Brooklyn, New York. Hi, Malia. Where she has run her jewelry and lifestyle brand Made by Malia since 1914. She's been around a while. 2014. Malia serves proudly on Black and Jewelry Coalition Board of Directors, the first international nonprofit membership association that's dedicated to the inclusion and advancement of Black professionals within the gem, jewelry, and watch industry. And Amy Martinez, who's with us, grew up in a small border town in Texas called Laredo and currently resides in Chicago, where she's a commercial, hospitality, and residential furniture designer by day and jewelry designer by night and weekends and holidays and all the other things. Amy will share about her jewelry brand, which is based on physical and mental health themed jewelry and how she empowers community and contributes to fostering youth throughout the country. So please join me in welcoming Nadia, Malia, and Amy, and we will actually start with Nadia's presentation. Take it away.
Thank you, Kristen. Right. I want to make sure. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Kristen, and to SNAG for putting together this wonderful panel. My name is Nadia Masood. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the metals coordinator at Penland School of Craft, as well as a founding member of Crafting the Future. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity to share more on how our organization came together and the work that we do. And as Kristen mentioned, our mission is to diversify the fields of art, craft, and design by connecting BIPOC artists with opportunities that will help them thrive. CTF really came together because of these two extraordinary people. Corey is our director at CTF, as well as a glassblower and painter currently working in Los Angeles. And Annie is our deputy director and is a furniture maker living in Bakersville, North Carolina. The two met here at Penland School of Craft in 2015, and they began having discussions about the lack of racial and ethnic diversity in the arts community. These discussions developed into a resolve to do something, but at the time they weren't quite sure what that might look like. Part of that answer came in January 2019 when Annie was living in New Orleans and running a residency program. And she was connected with Meg Miles and Tamika Junius at Yaya, Young Aspirations, Young Artists. The three met and devised a plan to send a student from Yaya to a summer workshop at Penland. And at this point, Annie reached out to a group of like-minded artists from Penland. We got together and founded Crafting the Future. And this group would form the first CTF crew. So in this model, for sort of expanding our work, artists can join together either locally or in sort of a craft guild model, in whatever sort of collective feels meaningful to them, and support the work of CTF through an ongoing commitment to fundraising. And this has become a really beautiful way for our members to integrate equity work into their artistic practices. So that first year in 2019, we started with a Kickstarter campaign to raise funds for one student to attend a workshop. And when we hit our initial goal early, we kept going and raised a total of $8,000 to send two artists from Yaya, Tyreek Conneller and Shanti Broom, to Penland. Tyreek took painting identity with Michael Dixon, and Shanti took an Iron Gate class with Sean Lovell. And after they returned from Penland, Yaya Executive Director Meg Miles wrote, "I can't emphasize enough the changes we've seen since they've been back from Penland. It's particularly cool to provide opportunities like Crafting the Future with older artists because the younger kids really look up to them. We're now offering special Saturday night studio hours for a select group of artists, building on Tyreek and Shanti's enthusiasm for being able to work any time of day or night at Penland. It's quickly become something that the younger artists are aspiring to be a part of, and the ripple effect is incredible." On the other side of the country, Corey began collaborating with Cedric Mitchell, and they formed Better Together. This organization was formed to celebrate and support the careers of newly and firmly established BIPOC makers by hosting events that feature Black and Brown artists, performers, and entrepreneurs. In 2020, CTF experienced a tremendous boon in membership and donations due to the nation's heightened awareness of racial inequities highlighted by the deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and Ahmaud Arbery. At the time, membership expanded from 50 members to 1,500, and we saw our fundraising grow from 2,000 to 200,000. And at this point, we merged CTF with Better Together. We were written about in magazines like Glass Quarterly and American Craft Magazine, and more recently in a really wonderful interview done by Art Jewelry Forum. Our initial plans got shifted in part by the COVID-19 pandemic, which prevented us from sending any students to in-person workshops. But we were still able to support young Black and Brown artists in their hometowns through virtual teaching opportunities. So 3 CTF network artists, Christina Cordova, who's pictured here on the left, as well as Sarah Beth Post and Cedric Mitchell, taught Zoom classes to Yaya students. And a really wonderful outcome of that is that we were able to serve even more students in that virtual format. We also came up with some grants and commission opportunities to support other young makers. Sean Jones received a $1,000 startup grant to purchase equipment and supplies for his clothing line, 17 Fits, and his designs can be found at steamexchange.org. We also commissioned him to create a design for CTF, and these shirts and bags can be found on our site at craftingthefuture.org. Today, we're partnering with youth arts organizations across the country to provide their students with scholarships to renowned craft schools and pre-college programs. We're sending almost 30 students from 5 different organizations to 7 different schools this summer, and we're really excited to have the first student from Yaya this session at Penland. And not only are we creating pathways into the field for BIPOC artists, but we offer continued support once these artists have arrived. This means connecting people with professional opportunities like internships, commissions, to help establish their networks and plant roots in the community. And for those who are already here and firmly planted, we look to celebrate them and support them year round. And I'd like to finish here with just a short video from our director, Corey Pemberton, Cedric Mitchell, our events and resources manager, and Samani Braithwaite, who was our first CTF intern.
A bit masochistic sometimes. I'm like, why do I keep doing this? It's so hard, it's so hot, it's so dirty, but I love it. It's like the first time I saw somebody blowing glass, I was like, I have to do that.
Nadia, I love that the glass community is becoming more diverse.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that to interrupt you. Oh, now we see the video. We were only hearing.
I couldn't tell if it was
We were only hearing the audio. I think it might be because you're in presenter mode. I wonder if you can
glass blowers that look like.
try again.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries. It's part of our new world, right?
Let's see. Any thoughts on?
Actually, now that we can see an image, you might want to just try pressing play again. It might work, but you'll have to go back to the beginning.
Such an inspiring experience.
Oh no.
You exit out of presenter mode and then just play the slideshow again from that slide. You might.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying.
A bit masochistic sometimes. I'm like, why do I keep doing this? It's so hard, it's so hot, it's so dirty, but I love it. It's like the first time I saw somebody blowing glass, I was like, I have to do that.
I really love that the glass community is becoming more diverse. Being able to see experienced glass blowers that look like me has been such an inspiring experience.
If somebody steps into that community and turns on that light, people tend to do something with the light. So that goes with, crafting the future. We're stepping in and actually turning on that light, and we're seeing people actually do something with it. With crafting the future and start these auctions and start their own thing and running these crews and fundraising efforts, to actually uplift this community and other communities within the craft and art and design fields. Crafting the future is stepping up and actually exposing and providing opportunities for people to get exposed to these different crafts and actually find a viable career path in these fields.
This is a very inclusive and welcoming community. There are hurdles when you think about how do I get into craft. The hurdle will never be the people. We're always going to have our arms open, ready to receive new family members.
Thank you all so much. And you can connect with us on our website and through Instagram.
Thank you, Nadia. That was awesome. I love that little phrase, turning on the light. We often think of, keeping the light on for you, but sometimes the light isn't on yet. So thanks for turning on the light. And Malia, I have your presentation, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and you can just shout out to me when you're ready to move on to the next slide.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and I've always loved glass blowing, so that was really cool watching that.
I know, I could watch it all day, right?
I know, same. So hi, everyone. I am Malia McNaughton, CEO and founder of Made by Malia Jewelry, based in Brooklyn, New York. And we're so glad to join you all today for the SNAG conference and here and now the community engagement. So we can go to the next slide. I am, as I mentioned, the founder of Made by Malia Jewelry, founded in 2014. I was in search of the perfect body chain, and my search came up empty. And so, like I've always been really good with my hands and a craft person at heart, I designed my first body chain on a lunch break from my job at the time. And I wore the body chain to a music festival, and my friends encouraged me to sell it on Etsy. And that's where my community really empowered me. And then I was able to in turn empower my community through jewelry. I now serve as well as a board member of Black and Jewelry Coalition. I'm also a co-founder. And so we can go on to the next slide. And I've mentioned this before on a panel with Here and Now, the organization that also sponsored this panel, where I said there is no Made by Malia without community. And that statement is extremely true because, as I mentioned, when I was in search for the perfect body chain, my community is the one that suggested that I sell the piece that I had created. And had it not been for that encouragement to pursue this, talent that I just naturally came to, I wouldn't be here now. So I'm very grateful for them seeing in me at the time what I just saw as me creating. And so that's a really cool origin story for me. And that's why I am so, I think community is so important to share that story and make sure that you do share with your community the ideas that you have, because they can encourage you to jump onto your next big idea. Community is at the center of what I do as a jewelry designer. I started out and I think it's such a full circle moment, looking for the perfect body change for a music festival. My first public pop-up shop was at a music festival in Brooklyn. And so I think that's such a full circle moment. And it really just is at the core of what I do. When I design pieces, I really take input from the people that I hope to empower. If they say, you know, we want to see more necklaces from you, I will design something and shout out the person who, you know, mentioned it to me at a festival or online. The other thing that I aspire to do is to make sure that they know that they are following a journey that started organically. And I make sure that I, you know, I've had people reach out to me online and say, hey, there's this great opportunity for jewelry designers in Brooklyn. You should apply. And they're just customers, or they're people who I've, you know, seen around, and they just want to see me succeed and grow. One of my favorite stories, which just happened recently, is I had a customer that, and I don't call them customers, they're jewels, come to my first pop-up shop in Brooklyn at Afropunk in 2015. She is now engaged, and she asked me recently to design her wedding band for her and her husband. And I just thought that was such a full circle moment of how my community has been a part of the origin story and how they continue to follow the journey and support me. So that's, just wanted to share that. And we can go to the next slide. And this is just some visuals of me at Essence Fest and Afropunk that I mentioned. My community is really the driver and the center of everything that I do. They really show the individuality that I hope to present in my collection. And I hope that I give them the ability to shine through with the pieces that I design. We'll go to the next slide. Community helped me break into the jewelry industry. The jewelry industry has historically not been the most inclusive industry due to generational ties, as well as just not being the most easy industry to break into as a woman of color, Black woman. And so having my community support me when I was designing jewelry that I could afford to design at the time, and really helped me elevate the brand to where I am now and where I see it going as a legacy brand, really just rings true to the power of community and how their support of the potential of what they saw in me at those music festivals as a new self-taught designer who just saw, and they saw the passion that I had to create something different. And they really helped to elevate me to where I am now. So I'm very, very grateful for my community. And we can go to the next slide. And that brings me to representation and why it's so important in every industry, especially in the jewelry, gem, and watch industry. Myself and 8 other Black creatives and industry professionals formed Black and Jewelry Coalition last year after the social reawakening, as I like to call it, around the deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and the many other Black and brown people that lost their lives last year to police brutality. And we had been asked to be on several panels, and you know, we didn't know each other previously. At least I didn't know the majority of the board prior to, but we just realized that there was this need that was not met, where we could come together as this organization and provide opportunities to people in our industries. And what I love so much about the board that I'm a part of is that we all represent different facets of the industry. I'm a jewelry designer. There's another jewelry designer on the board, Lisette Scott, but we have a gemologist, we have HR, we have someone in the GIA world, we have lawyers on the board. We are such an inclusive group of Black professionals and creatives that make up this really powerful group of people who really just want to move forward our community through empowering them through mentorship, through membership, through fellowship, through community. And so it's very rewarding for me to see how my career and me building my brand as a jewelry designer has in turn allowed me to pour back into the community. So I'm really proud of being a part of Black in Jewelry Coalition, and you can follow us on Instagram and on our website, Black in Jewelry Coalition or blackinjewelry.org. And I think that's the last slide, or no, one more. That's it.
That was the last slide, yeah.
Yes,
Thank you, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I love how you tell your story about your personal experience and how that affected your community building work. So I'm gonna tap into everybody else's background in that as well after Amy's presentation. So Amy, you can take it away. I'm not hearing Amy's audio. Am I the only one? Okay. I think we had a little problem with Amy's audio earlier, but it sounded like the SNAG admin had figured it out. So I'll let them take it away.
Sorry, Amy, we still can't hear you. It shows that you're on mute now and then. Let's, log out and come back in. Thank you.
We did do tech checks, you guys, just so you know. But I think we've all gotten pretty good at kind of rolling with the tech issues in this new age that we're in, and thanks for everybody's patience. We've all been in this position before, that's for sure. I'm going to give her a second to jump back in, but while she's doing that, Nadia, can you just share a little bit about how your personal lived experience kind of influenced your work with crafting the future and your incentive to do that?
Absolutely. Should we check in with Amy though? I don't want to.
Amy, can you, your audio's on. Let's.
Oh, Nadia, I think you can go ahead and answer.
Yeah, from a personal standpoint, I mean, I remember the first time that I was planning to go to craft school, and it was, you know, I had actually, I grew up knowing about Penland, and so my first craft experience was actually at Haystack, and you know, I had a little bit of trepidation in terms of like coming into this community and knowing that, you know, based on my identity that I might stick out a little bit, and but also finding it so incredibly rewarding once I got there and really feeling embraced, and that it was such a catalyst for my work and just where I was going as a maker. And that is something I want everybody to be able to have, but there is this sort of challenge of like awareness even of these opportunities. And yeah, so I'm very invested in expanding, you know, who is coming to craft schools and having that really wonderful transformative experience.
Thank you. That's a great explanation and story, and totally makes sense. While we're waiting for Amy to rejoin us, if it's okay, I'll just keep grilling my two remaining panelists, if everybody's up for that. And feel free, anybody who's watching, to go ahead and put your questions for our panelists, either in the hop-in Q&A or in, I guess that's the only place they can put it, and then we'll put it in the chat for our Zoom. But you know, Nadia, you mentioned when you were just answering the last question about just even the awareness of opportunities has been a challenge for certain communities. Can actually, I'll start with Malia, but I'd like to hear from both of you about what you think is the biggest challenge about serving the community that your organizations specifically are trying to target.
I think that one of the biggest challenges that we face is the awareness piece, right? So here we are, you know, the 9 board members. We've existed in this industry. I've been in it for 7. Some of them been in it for 20 plus years, and we have not seen many of us in the same room, and so we lack awareness of even each other. And so one of our biggest challenges has been spreading that word and showing, you know, people, the industry, that here we are, you know, we represent many different facets. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to come together in this very community-based way, because we individually had been asked to be on panels, but I had not seen, I know when I started out in jewelry, many Black jewelry designers in the same space. And so being able to share the room and share the space with other people that look like me has really been important. And one of the challenges that we faced, presenting that to the public and to the audience, to say that, you know, we have membership for, you know, different facets of the industry, and really just spreading that word. So I would say the representation portion has been the most challenging, and just raising the awareness.
Thank you, Malia. How about you, Nadia?
Yeah, I definitely, I feel what you're saying in terms of representation, that is so important in terms of being able to like visualize yourself in a field and see yourself belonging to it. And I think particularly with regard to the work we do with youth arts organizations, I mean, I just know so many metalsmiths who talk about getting into the field, and they're like, I didn't even know it was a thing until I got to art school. And then I took a class, and that's how I found metalsmithing. And so trying to cultivate that awareness of craft and across disciplines at an early age, and getting, like, you know, localized community arts organizations connected with these other like craft organizations, and making that bridge between the two, I think is challenging, but it's where we're finding a lot of great work to be done.
It's really building those foundations, and yeah, turning on those lights. It looks like Amy is back with us, so welcome back, Amy. Do you want to try your sound to make sure we can hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Woohoo! Yes.
I am so sorry, everyone.
No worries. Thanks for
there had
working
to be
through
that one person, right?
Thank you for being our person. But you can go ahead and do your presentation.
Okay, so sorry. My name is Amy Martinez. I am going to pull up my presentation. One sec. Okay. Can you guys see that? Yeah.
Yes, we can. You can actually, if you hit the little slide show view, then we'll only see the slide that's up. It's the box furthest on the right on the top there. I'm sorry, on the left-hand side, furthest on the right.
Okay.
The box with the arrow.
To
your left.
I can't find it.
Oh, okay. I can see it. It's on the left-hand side above the column of images.
Okay.
Did you see the box?
Should I just enter full screen? Is that, can you guys
That'll work too.
Okay.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so my name is Amy Martinez, she, her. I am actually an object designer based in Chicago. I'm originally from Laredo, Texas. I do hold a BFA in studio art with a focus in metalsmithing and foundry studies. So I actually just earned my master's degree here at the School of the Art Institute in Chicago. And it was actually in object design. I am a full-time furniture designer for commercial, hospitality, and residential accounts throughout the nation. But on my off time, evenings and weekends, I spend my time on my brand, Evolve Indoor. I've been at this since 2014 when I was back in Texas pursuing my undergraduate degree. So my brand mission, my brand mission is, it's built on a foundation of empowerment and self-love. And kind of how this came to be was that when I started this brand, I was in a very kind of dark space of my life. I was navigating through becoming, I was pretty much newly divorced with two small toddlers and two girls. And I found myself pursuing a degree that I no longer had a passion for, which was actually, I was working with the deaf community, which I loved, but I just felt like it wasn't really what I wanted to do anymore. And I kind of hit that fork in the road when I lost my mom, and I kind of realized how short life really is. And one of the last conversations that I actually had with my mother was, you know, why am I not pursuing art? Why am I not pursuing something that I have enjoyed and that I have used as kind of a coping, you know, type of tool? So I found this jewelry class randomly back home in Austin, Texas. This was before I decided to make a complete switch in my degree, you know, because it's a little scary going from one extreme to another. And I absolutely fell in love. And I have always been an athlete all my life. And actually, the funny story is I did become pregnant when I was pretty young. I was 19 going on 20. I actually had a scholarship to play softball in college, and, you know, it ended there. So kind of everything that I kind of planned for myself, it didn't happen. Since I had always been an athlete, I was always around trainers and a lot of friends that were always in the gym. And as I started kind of making jewelry and creating jewelry, I couldn't find that one thing that really just kind of like sparked my interest, you know, within the jewelry world, until I had a conversation one day with a friend who started telling me, like, you know, it'd be really, really cool if we could have like cute jewelry to wear, because kind of in the fitness industry, there's a lot of you know, leggings companies, like apparel companies, and they talk a lot about how what you're wearing can really, really affect the mood that you're in when you're going to work out. So a lot of my friends started saying, like, shouldn't it be the same with jewelry? Like, I want something that I can wear and be proud of. You know, every time I wear it, I know that, you know, it's because I'm trying to attain a specific goal. And it doesn't matter what, you know, where you're at in your fitness journey. You can be starting out, never lifted a weight in your life, or you can be new to wanting to like run marathons and all that. It's pretty much for everybody. So right now, the way that I have kind of built my team, because I do have a team of 40 athletes and affiliates internationally. I have affiliates in Canada, Mexico, Europe, and all around the USA. I basically choose my athletes and my affiliates a little bit differently than most kind of fitness driven companies out there. When people are submitting applications to be a part of my brand or to represent my brand, I actually ask them not to send me I want like a written bio. I don't want photographs of what you look like. I don't want your social media count, you know, your followers. I like to choose my athletes and my affiliates based on what I'm reading and what they want to share with me about themselves and their journey. And I have found, for me, this kind of sets me apart from a lot of other, you know, fitness driven brands. And I'm sure you guys are aware, when you log on to social media, influencers, they're here to stay. But I found that even me being on my personal social media accounts, you know, it's always the same influencers. And it almost felt like these, obviously there's money behind it. They're getting paid to promote a product, to promote a brand. And I wanted to completely stay away from that. And I wanted it to be more about you actually wanting to wear the jewelry, you actually being proud to be a part of the team. It's not based on how much I'm paying you or what you're getting out of it. Like, I want you to genuinely want to be a part of this community. So that's kind of where we're at. And we all we live by that same understanding that, like, consistency, perseverance, grit, all of that, not just in the gym or, you know, whatever fitness realm they're in, it's also everyday life, because I'm a firm believer in the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. So we all kind of have that similar mindset, and it's been kind of amazing to like meet other people who are very much the same but different, you know. So as I said, my inspiration was a lot because of my mother, because I lost her to cancer in 2013. And because of that last conversation with her, I really felt that I needed to truly pursue what I was passionate about. And in turn, I actually like realized that it was the only way I was going to get out of this like deep depression that I was in. And it was just something I had never experienced before in my life, not even getting a divorce. I did not feel that way. You know, it was definitely more losing my mother than it was anything. So I did end up switching my degree. 2014 through 16, I focused, like I said, I was at the bench. I was making everything by hand. I focused those 2 years on just kind of getting, you know, my pieces out there, first of all, to my friends and my family, seeing how they liked them or what they didn't like, what could be better. I was super interested in, you know, figuring out, because it's tricky to design jewelry for people who are going to go sweat and go get dirty, you know. So I've learned so much since then. I have definitely learned what doesn't work and what does work. So at this point in time where I'm at, obviously, because as I said, I finished my graduate degree here and I got this amazing job that I love. I've decided everything that I design, I have to outsource it. There's just no way for me to sit there and make everything by hand anymore. So one of the very first, like, I guess, comments I got back when I started making all my jewelry is actually stainless steel. This is what works best for me and for the people who wear my jewelry, because it's hypoallergenic and it will not tarnish. You know, they sweat, and I'm still kind of about, you know, clean your jewelry, that kind of stuff, you know, but for the most part, people don't have to worry about switching from the gym to the shower to their, you know, everyday outfits. But one of the first feedbacks that I got from someone was actually something that I didn't even really realize, but this one woman, she bought a piece for me, and she actually said she was going through a divorce, similar situation, 2 daughters, and she had gained a lot of weight. And she said, I'm purchasing this dumbbell from you because I'm going to put it away in my drawer, and when I lose these 15 pounds, I'm going to wear this proudly. And that was something I did not expect, you know, when I started the brand, that people would, you know, take it in such a way. So I am very big on mental health. Like I said, I really feel that health begins within our minds. I know that for me, that was the case. If I hadn't gotten myself out of that mindset that I was in, I definitely wouldn't have survived that kind of period in time. So my jewelry, a lot of what goes onto my jewelry, it's definitely things that I feel like, to me, they're meaningful. One of my Best Bestsellers is actually just a simple bar necklace. One side says day by day, the other side says endlessly evolving. And those are just two phrases for me that I feel like are so, so powerful. And in moments where you feel, weakness of any kind, you can turn to that piece and just remind yourself. It's like tiny, tiny reminders. So this is actually one of my athletes as well. Something about my brand that I am very, very happy about and that I actually strive for is diversity. It's men, women, doesn't matter what size you are, it's jewelry for every single body. And as I said, something that I have learned throughout my journey within this brand is I started making my jewelry just like as things that would fit me without realizing, hey, you're not the only size out there. You need to be more inclusive. So that's something that I've learned throughout my journey is every single piece I make, there needs to be options. There needs to be options for people who are not this size, that's, it's for everybody. So that's something I'm really, really proud of. And my brand completely is 100% about. And one thing I will say before I move on, I have had a little bit of pushback from certain people because I am Latina. And right now there is a rise in like Latina owned companies, or why do I not say my company is Latina owned? I actually say my company is woman owned, but that is just personal preference. Obviously, when people get to know me, they know I am Latina. It doesn't mean that I'm not proud or anything like that. It's just that I feel that right now, the direction that my brand is going in, it needs to stay for everybody. And I really just don't want to put myself in just that spot, but I really feel like everybody is entitled to, identify as they want. So for me, it's just more powerful for me to say woman owned. So building my community actually started with this girl right here. Her name is Yvette. 6 years ago, she became one of the very first, what we call IFBB pros in bikini in Texas. And this was prior to her having her gorgeous little babies. So when we first started the brand, she was my only athlete. So she was definitely one of the biggest reasons why my brand grew. She really believed in everything that I was doing, and she is still part of my brand to this day. And then these are just a few of my athletes. Some of these are actual customers as well. And these are just kind of to show you guys, and what I love about it is that, a lot of these people, they post these photos and they tag, and it just makes me so happy that they're extremely proud, wearing their jewelry and being a part of the brand. And right now, something that has recently happened within the last couple of months has been, I have finally been able to attain a goal of mine, which was to donate to Together We Rise, which is basically a nonprofit for children in foster care. And actually, my thesis revolves around objects for children in foster care. So this is kind of like a bigger goal of mine. And I'm slowly taking the steps to kind of marry, my jewelry brand with my other goal, which is to continue helping children in foster care. So my team and I, with combined efforts despite COVID, with combined efforts, we were finally able to donate to have a foster child actually go to Disneyland this summer and join their family. So I'm super, super happy about that. And I'm super excited for the future of my brand. And that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Amy. That's wonderful. And you can, there you go. That's fabulous. I love how you kind of talked about the importance of the platform of jewelry in your brand, Amy. And I'm curious to know, in terms of, the platform, using the platforms of jewelry and craft from Malia and Nadia, can you talk a little bit about the importance of the platform in your organizations? Malia, we'll start with you.
the importance of the platforms. When you say platforms, I just want a little clarity.
In terms of like, why is jewelry, what role does jewelry play in Black and jewelry? I mean, obviously it's in the name, but I mean, why is that part important?
Absolutely. So it plays a major part because jewelry connects us, and jewelry is a common thread that I think often plays the background, but to me has been a central part in a lot of the things that we have all done. When I was younger, the ladies in my family, we all wore a gold bangle, and it was like a rite of passage. And I didn't know at the time. I just thought I was getting, a nice gold bangle. But I realized as an adolescent, like, oh, all my aunts have this bangle, and it was a way of connecting us. And I think a lot of us, especially on the board, have a story of a piece of jewelry that has meant so much to us. Jewelry holds sentimental value. It empowers you. And so I think jewelry as a platform, it just has that ability to connect you and have those really powerful stories that you can share for generations.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Nadia, how about you? How about for crafting the future?
Yeah, so, for us, it's sort of broad across fields of craft. But just in terms of looking at what is shared and what kind of transcends these different sort of media, I think I don't know, I personally in metalsmithing found finding metalsmithing was such a relief because it felt like here's this material that I know, my body knows how to interact with. And I'm not in other areas, I felt like too much or too strong or whatever. And here I was just like, nope, this is just right. This fits. And I think so many of us in crafting the future have had experiences where it's you find this magical pocket of craft, and it can be so affirming of who you are and unleashes this sort of outlet of expression. And so I think our work is really driven by the sense of the significance of that, and really wanting to expand access to that.
That's wonderful. And there is something about the hand, also using the hand, that's so ancient and really does unify people, that I think that part of craft kind of also is a broader concept that brings everybody together. Amy, thank you so much for sharing all your personal story and inspiration behind your business. And we're getting lots of notes in the chat about that as well. I'm curious to know from each of you also, and we'll start with Amy, how are you reaching the people that you are trying to support and empower in your communities? I think that's a thing we all struggle with. We might have an intention of building community or supporting community or empowering people, but how do you reach them?
Okay, so actually I'll start with prior to COVID. I mean, like I said, I am an athlete, so I do go to the gym often. Obviously that is mainly where my target is, but I made it a point, and actually I didn't really get a chance since I've been here in Chicago. It's been 4 years. So right after I completed my graduate degree, as you guys know, if you do graduate degree straight, the 2 years, you have little to no time. Plus I'm a mom. So it was very, very difficult for me to get out into the community, but I did make it a point to, reserve some weekends or things like that I knew events were coming up, whether it was, fitness conventions. That was a big one, but it's always tricky because marketing in general, it takes money. So I, especially kind of in the fitness realm, is just so expensive. But I mean, I've kind of come to a point where I realize, it takes money to get out there, to be a part of these events. So And actually, to be quite honest, my community, like the people who have already established, you know, this relationship with me, everywhere from Texas to, and my athletes and my affiliates, you know, it's as simple as sharing a story or sharing a post. You know, they reach a whole other, and then on and then on. So that's kind of how it's been going for me. And I actually genuinely love it because I feel like it's not really something that is forced. You know, it's kind of, if you want to come be a part of this, you are welcome. It's pretty simple.
Great. Yeah, there's nothing more powerful than a testimonial by somebody who was touched by your brand or your organization. And Malia, how about you? How would you say, how do you reach your audience?
Absolutely. So Black and Joy Coalition, one of the ways that we reach our audience is through membership. For our first year, through sponsors and our advisory board, we were able to offer free membership to designers, Black designers, and that allowed us to remove that barrier of entry, which can sometimes cause people not to join membership organizations because of the fee. So we wanted to eliminate that. And so that allowed us to really spread the word. Our board of advisors, which spread throughout the industry through major companies and nonprofits, they've helped us to spread that word through providing partnerships, scholarships, donations, and really allowing us to reach a broader audience that we may not have reached as a new organization. We're less than a year old. And so that has really been a powerful testimony to the fact that we feel this need, and that the industry has really supported us. So it's been really great to get that support.
That's great. And I saw that Courtney Gray had put in the chat or in the Q&A a question about, you know, how we can represent your organizations. And it sounds like offering those partnerships, sharing posts, things like that, just helping spread the word is the way to go. Nadia, how about you? How are you reaching folks, especially when awareness is kind of low in your community?
Right. So a lot of it has, for CTF, has been building relationships with youth arts organizations. And so like a lot of that is just leveraging networks, and really, you know, as we've gained more visibility, I think that's spread the word more and helped connect us to new youth arts organizations. But I think one of the things that has been really wonderful about this model is that it's providing opportunities with programs that have been doing this work for a really long time. And so it's, you know, the opportunity and who is being brought to these craft schools is determined at that level, at the youth arts organization level. And it's not by us as, you know, some sort of gatekeeper, which has been really, really important in establishing those connections.
That's great. I think it's so important also that we're not operating in a vacuum, that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, and that we are actually trying, you know, there are so many lifeboats out there right now, all trying to paddle in the same direction. And if we can all just form a flotilla, if you will, I think we'll get there faster. We just have another minute or two left. I wanted to give you all an opportunity to just share anything else that's on the horizon for your organizations. Amy, I know you mentioned that kind of what's next for you has been the donations to the foster organization. Anybody else have anything to share about what's next that you want to kind of do a shout out about? Not so much. That's okay.
I think we kind of covered it in the presentation, but I think you know, trying to spread the word and get folks to start up more of these like crews where they live, or through schools, or different craft associations. and continuing to sort of make those connections.
Well, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Malia.
Oh, I was going to say that for Black and Jewelry Coalition, I know that we are always looking for new members. Board of Advisors are always encouraged to apply. We're also looking for sponsors to provide scholarships to Black students that want to pursue jewelry or gemology. So definitely support us in that, and definitely plug in and stay connected.
Thank you. And I want to thank all three of you for sharing your personal stories, for doing the work, for showing up, for being the first and forging ahead. We're so grateful to you. Keep up the amazing work. And Alex, are we moving to hop in? How does this work?
Not scheduled, but you're welcome
Okay.
to hang out. You can use the networking feature to chat with folks, or you can be in the main event chat if you want to continue the conversation. Getting a lot of love in the comments here from everyone. Once again, I want to say thank you so much to all of our panelists, and thank you, Kristen, our amazing moderator. What a great conversation. I just feel so, I don't know, I'm floating at the idea of just like such strength in community that has come up this morning. And I'm just going to keep saying this word community, because not only do I personally think it's really important, I think everyone who has spoken at the conference so far has really touched on how they individually build community, how community has been important to their career and their craft, and, you know, even like challenges that they've faced. I'm not sure exactly who brought this up, but I feel like there's kind of, you know, in this conversation, there's this real like community first approach in terms of like building a brand, building an organization, building a practice. And I think that's just such a strong and powerful way to think about community, not like building an organization or a brand and hoping that people will come, but building it with and for your community in mind, and kind of pivoting around their needs, and also like letting their support kind of influence how you're able to grow and, you know, strengthen that community. Yeah, and you know, someone also mentioned something about the idea of like generational, and I was thinking about that as a practice of not just objects, but generational community. Like, how do the communities that we build within this industry, how do we hand those off to other generations? So not just the kind of object practice of generational, but the kind of practice of generational community, which I think, you know, the work that all of you are doing is kind of existing in that space. So I just want to say I'm so grateful to you all for being here. We are now heading into a break. Next up, we have Business Beyond COVID. So we're kind of continuing all of this community vibes. I'm so excited about this. Thank you to all our panelists for being here. Folks, take a break, stretch your legs, sip some water, hang out in the chat, and we will be back here in 15 minutes. Okay, everyone, welcome back. I hope you've had a chance to get yourself ready for our next and continued action-packed afternoon of programming. I'm very and particularly excited to introduce this next program, which is Business Beyond COVID. I'm a business buff myself, so I'm very excited to hear this conversation where our three panelists are going to share their pandemic experiences and the discovery of new business opportunities as we return to a new kind of normal. I am going to introduce our moderator, Megan Allman, who is then going to lead us through this conversation and introduce to you our panelists for today. Megan is a metalsmith, teacher, creative business coach, and entrepreneur who has built a multifaceted business around her passion for art. In addition to her eponymous jewelry line, she runs Designing an MBA, where she talks and teaches about the intersection of art and business, and Artists and Profit Makers, an online mentorship program for creative business owners. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you, Alex. I am so excited to be here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Business Beyond COVID panel. So this goes without saying, but the pandemic has brought so many changes to our businesses and our studio practices, many of them challenging, but not all of them negative. So I'm so excited to have this wonderful group of women here today to share their experiences with the pandemic and what they're moving into beyond that. There's so much good conversation to be had. I wish you guys could have been like flies on the wall while we were planning this panel because there's a lot of good stuff. And we only have an hour. So I want to just quickly introduce everyone and then we will dive in. So as Alex said, I'm Megan Allman. I will be your moderator for today. One of the things that really drew me to this panel is that through my online mentorship program, Artists and Profit Makers, I was able to work with so many artists and makers through the day-to-day challenges of the pandemic and as things have shifted. And I'm really excited to bring some of those conversations to light today. So I would just want to take a moment to introduce our panelists, and then we will dive in and hear from each of them individually. So our first panelist is Tara Locklear, and she creates jewelry from industrial and repurposed materials that is inspired by the urban landscape. Prior to the pandemic, Tara was active in the show circuit, including shows like the Philadelphia Museum of Art show and the American Craft Council shows. She has shown her work at a variety of galleries, including Mora and the Museum of Arts and Design, and she has taught workshops at Penland and frequently lectures on her work and creative process. Tara, I'm going to introduce everyone else before I turn the mic over to you. So our second panelist is Viviana Langhoff, and she is the owner and fine jewelry designer behind Adornment and Theory, an independent jewelry store specializing in artists and designer-made jewelry in Chicago. Viviana's personal work is centered on the idea of heirloom. She studied conceptual design at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and continued her metalsmithing education at Columbia College. She's been working in design under her own name for over 12 years. So this is a theme you're going to see a lot of our panelists have a lot of experience here, which is so amazing. Our third panelist is Sol Perano. She is a metalsmith and designer who took a life and craft seriously in her early 30s after moving to the US from Chile. Sol studied metals at Pasadena City College and has since woven together her varying interests in the field to build her business. She currently lives in New York City, where she creates prisms that bring a sense of beauty and magic into people's homes. So before I hand it over to our panelists, I just want to remind you guys that we absolutely have time for Q&A as we move past the presentations. I have lots of questions that I am dying to ask our panelists, but we want to hear from you guys too. So make sure throughout the presentations that you're sharing your questions with us because we want to know what you guys want to hear from our excellent panelists too. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Tara.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon and joining me in my studio. It's a little rainy today, but I am so happy to be here. And I want to thank SNAG for just having this opportunity for all of us to be together. I'm going to jump right in because I know we don't want to take up too much time. Let me get it's right here. Where did it go? Oh. All right. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about my previous, Okay, sorry about that. About my previous life prior to the pandemic, just like all of us have one. Prior to the show, my job was mostly entailed by driving cross country to different craft shows up and down the East Coast, as well as doing in-person trunk shows and also teaching workshops throughout the United States. And after graduating from East Carolina University in 2012 with my BFA, I began my journey doing craft shows through the opportunity through SNAG as an emerging SNAG artist. I was able to travel to 2 different cities that year. And it's very funny looking at these very early booth shots because I think I went from making maybe 20 pieces to now 400. You know, lots of the views that I had were solely from the road or from the air. And these types of landscapes definitely influenced my work. Travel became synonymous with the studio time as well. So I was basically traveling, working on my signature recycled skateboard collection that Megan talked about, the Pop Rocks collection, as well as my edition collections. I also was able to take both of those and bring them out and show that work throughout the United States. You can kind of see a plethora of different ideas of what shows look like, and foremost, my car that I saw all the time stacked to the gill with my actual booth. So the collections evolved throughout the times that I was actually doing shows. You can actually see the growth from when I started to where I am today with the Rubble of Gems, the Pop Rocks, and the Survey and Arrange collection, along with some of the configuration new pieces today. You know, doing craft shows was actually the first and only way that I had to develop systems of how to actually develop core practices of how to have to recreate effectively, efficiently, and cost efficiently all the collections that I had to produce. It forced me to really look at how I was going to market those programs. How do you tell people what you're doing, where you're doing it? And I had to develop like online platform marketing, like PDFs, newsletters, things that you see here throughout the various years. I also had to develop my own spreadsheets. Thankfully, to my last job and career, which was a restaurant manager and event planner for about 11 years, I had a very strong passion for spreadsheets. And so I was able to really develop those throughout the years to give myself a visual dialogue of how the business was doing or not doing and where it was actually being placed in locations. And here we are at the last show that I did, which is in 2019, to kind of see the scope of where the work is today. My, has it changed. When February of 2020 hit, I was home and I can remember the day vividly, and I can remember my entire income being canceled for 1.5 years in a matter of 5 days. Every show that I had done, every workshop I was supposed to teach, anything that was economically viable for my business was gone. And I remember that week, it was probably the most anxiety-driven week, and I suffer from that pretty regularly, that I basically ended up working in my yard. Thankfully, I was blessed to even have a yard to work in, and it was overgrown. And so, and just to continually ask the question, what now? How am I going to make the money back? How are we going to survive? What is going to happen to our income? And at the same time, my husband had been furloughed, and we were immediately looking at our finances. I had already decided that I was going to honor this year, regardless, with my 7-year anniversary by making a release of what was going to be an homage to my 7 years of travel. But I had to do it online. And it was all the years of traveling and gathering images of graffiti, my first and favorite form of public art, and how that was going to translate into my jewelry, and how I could actually tell people that this was happening without being at a show, and how could I actually have an economy around that. So I actually had to learn free platforms. And for the first time, I had to figure out what was Instagram, what was Linktree, how did that really work? And how are those places good to be able to share with people beyond just a newsletter? I had to actually sit down and take some free workshops, because the pandemic, one thing, gave me time to actually sit down and take classes to understand what social media was and how did it impact the customers I had, not only from craft shows, but actually like that I didn't even know existed online. Because before the pandemic, I didn't have an online store. And so I had done one sale in 2018, and it was 1 week and then it was gone. And so I had zero presence online beyond my galleries at that time. I had to actually take the website that I had, turn it into a free website. Because I couldn't afford to actually have a professional developed website, I had to figure it out on my own. And I had to figure out a way to sell work. And so I went to Square Up, created a free platform site. And from there, I just started using some of the tutorials and figuring out how to actually put things online and making it accessible, because no one knew that this work even existed because I had only shown at craft shows and galleries. I also had to figure out digital media content, how to actually have conversations with people about the work without being in person. So I had to use these free platforms again to have conversations and create that dialogue through video format, which was not my forte. I had been photographing my work for quite some time, and I knew that I had to have the professional photography and be the model. And so this was also the first time I had to realize who's going to model the work, how can people see that this work, and how does it wear? And it was when I really discovered that I didn't like being in front of the camera, but my hand did. And so I was able to show scale just through my 5 fingers on one hand to show all the different sizes of how the work would actually look and feel just against the palm of a hand. Then, of course, as the year progressed, I had to learn how to do virtual talks, virtual craft shows, and how that new landscape looked, and actually working with organizations like galleries and museums, because they were learning as well. So this was a learning curve for everybody, and we were all in it together. I also discovered and was invited by these 2 special platforms that I'm very excited about, Megan Patrice Riley with NPR in Conversation and Erica Bailey with Working Knowledge. These 2 artists saw a need for community, and so they were actually able to extrapolate that and use that free platform, again, free, to actually bring everybody together. And then at the same time, we were all situated at home watching our TV, watching our phones, because that's what we do, and traumatized by all of the terrible things that were happening around the United States. And at that time, I felt helpless. And, after the killing of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and all of the food shortages that were happening in Wake County, here where I live, and the children not being able to have schools, and also at a time of celebrating, the 100th Amendment of, sorry, I lost my breath, the anniversary of the suffragist movement, I was able to actually, for the first time, look at my material, look at my work, and have a mental moment to say, hey, what can I say? How can I help? What can I use my work for other than making work because I need to make money? How can I help other people? And this was the first time I actually had the mental capacity to do so, as you see here in Brooch 155 for the Amend Project, that actually celebrates the voting rights movement as well. Also, you can see here in the first release, which is where the collections changed. I wanted to actually make collections that brought me excitement, and these excitements came from being able to help organizations that want real change. So I was able to actually make collections using the color choices specifically to emote a feeling and a conversation, to actually talk about what was happening in the world around us. And through these collections, contributing to these organizations, I have been able to find joy and been able to see that excitement come back in my studio practice and fulfillment, because for a long time, I didn't know why it mattered other than making an income and paying bills. As you can see here, FR2 is solely to raise money. 100% proceeds go to Black Lives Matter and Black Voters Matter, an initiative, and that will stay on my website. Also, another conversation was just showing love. And in our family, love is food. And so cooking is love, no matter if it's a peanut butter jelly sandwich or if it's a full-blown dinner. And so one of the things I looked back on was the Lonely Hearts Club exhibition, that I was able to use the heart as a symbol and talk about what is food? How can we help people with food? And so this collection then again harkened back to donating towards our food bank here in North Carolina. And now ending with today, one of the collections that I'm very excited about that I just released is actually Glisten with Pride collection. And what it is it's the new trapezoid shape for the summer that I want to celebrate through Pride Month, but also to help this organization that's raising awareness for LGBTQIA students in a protective school system. So these collections and creating digital formats to kind of push that conversation in the forefront and mix it in with my studio practice are things that harken where I want to be in my practice today in my 7-year anniversary and where I want to stay moving forward in my next 10 to 15-year business plan. I feel like having these platforms and having my hands to be able to make something that sometimes my voice doesn't always have the right words is really what the pandemic has taught me to do and where I want to be moving forward in my practice. So this is definitely most definitely staying with us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. That was excellent. So you've accomplished so much in 7 years. It's amazing. So now we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Viviana.
Hi, everyone. I also need to figure this out. I've not formally done this. So Grace over here. Okay. Screen share. Let's do this. Bloop, bloop. All right. So hi, everyone. My name is Viviana Langhoff. I am the proud owner and fine jewelry designer of Adornment in Theory here in Chicago. So I'm not going to spend too much time on my CV because I feel like a lot of that information can be found out there in the interwebs. But some things I do want to kind of state and set a table for are some key things that are important just to know about me. That informs my practice, that informs my creativity and everything that I do. I am first and foremost, I'm an artist. I am a woman of faith. I love God. I'm a woman of color. And, I'm Puerto Rican. And I believe that my creator made no mistake in what year he put me in, what country I live in, what body I inhabit, and what platform I am responsible for. So I want to talk today a little bit about, for sure, we're going to talk about some business practice stuff, but creating from a place of purpose, because my purpose and my identity has been the main driver in terms of all of my business decisions. So knowing your values and your identity, I think is really key. So I'm just gonna kind of jump into, obviously, where were we before COVID? Where are we afterwards? So yeah, Adornment in Theory is an independent jewelry store specializing in artist and designer jewelry in Chicago. We offer exceptional, high quality, unique jewelry that tells a story. So my background is both in fine art and in art jewelry. So that's why, thank you guys. I have the honor of talking to you guys today and presenting. So I've been in the industry for 13 years. And right now, Adornment in Theory is we are coming up to 4 years in business, praise God. And we were operating out of 750 square feet. We were doing well, pandemic hit, of course, and by grace and support and just really solid customers and clients, we are actually able to expand, and we just completed our expansion this past week. So we're going to talk a little bit about what happened before COVID, and something I want to state is that, our demographic, is a little bit of a mix. It is what people would call, millennial, Gen Z. Those are our clients. So social media has been kind of our bread and butter from the jump. So I wanted to talk about, so this is a glimpse of our social media. So before COVID ever hit, this has been our marketing mix pretty consistently from the jump. So we always do a jewelry history post that focuses a lot on the theory portion, Viviana Langhoff Designs, my own. The jewelry artists and designers that we represent, humor is a big thing, pop culture, community, and amplifying POC voices. So I think it's really important to note what we were doing prior to what 2020 hit, again, because these are reflections of our value system. before I opened the business, I took a really serious assessment about what I liked about galleries, what I liked about jewelry stores, and what I absolutely hated. And I'm a pretty funny person. I'm a pretty laid back person in some ways. I'm not pretentious. I believe in access for all. I deeply believe in equity issues. And even the last SNAG conference that was in person in Chicago, if you've listened to the Perceived Value podcast with Sarah Rachel Brown, the show that we hosted was underexposed. And again, talking about the lack of diversity, specifically in the art jewelry field. So flash forward, you know, world goes shit. And, you know, I just took a step back. The hardest thing for me was laying off my employees week one. But we kind of did a mix. But my first thing I said to them was, okay, guys, I'm like, we are an online business with a very fancy warehouse on Milwaukee Avenue in Chicago. That is who we are now. And right now we are content builders and we're creators. And I find it morally irresponsible for us to push product in the middle of a national crisis. And I said, I framed it this way. We have about a runway of 2-week period of sympathy purchases, meaning people trying to purchase, you know, things from restaurants and businesses that they love. But the most important thing for all people in this nation is to take care of their families, make sure that they're financially stable. So my marketing call and what we did in-house is our COVID response was to create joy. That was our call. And I said, 5 days after the lockdown, I just started doing Adornment in Theory interviews at home. I like Tara, I wasn't in front of the camera that much. And I'm like, well, it's time, like, let's do this. And, you know, you just kind of have to jump right in. And what I really was wanting was for people to associate our brand, not with guilt, not with, oh, are they going to make it? Or I have to buy this product. I don't care about all that. But we're going to provide you things that make you laugh, bring you joy, occupy your time. And then when your income or when the economy comes back, you're going to have a positive association with us. So some of our marketing mix was the at-home interviews. We did a gem coloring book for children and PDF. And if they couldn't print it out, we would deliver it to their home. Rihanna dance party. We did game shows. We still do game shows. They're super silly. Spotify playlist. Drunk Jewelry History has been a really successful series for us. And you should just watch it if you haven't. And a masquerade contest for October. And that's just skimming the surface, you know, Pablo Neruda gem poems. So again, creating content that is positive. And it worked for us because people who have discretionary income still had discretionary income, but the majority of us were on pause. And I am very sensitive. I'm a capitalist, but we have to be human first. So that was my position going forward. So this is just this was the Rihanna dance party. So again, we actually, on this event, we had over 200 people join just to dance. And Rihanna is, you know, it's Riri. So, you know, she needs a moment. Diversity is a given, inclusion is a choice, equity is the goal, and belonging is our endpoint. This is something that we have pressed into everybody who works here. The most important thing in life is to love and value people. I don't care who you are. So we have jewelry, but how you treat people, how you speak to them, they will never forget that. So flash forward, murder of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and I will go on and on and on. Broke our heart. We have a storefront, so we're in the unique position in a major city with a mayor that lives a mile away. We have protests and everything going on right on the precipice of the city opening back up again after we have not been open for 3 months. So we're excited, we're ready to get back up and running. This hits. Something I will say, again, about your values and your integrity. We did not have to scramble in our marketing mix to respond to this because the values were already there. We did not have to fill our feed with black and brown faces. We did not have to do an apology tour because it was there. And that I think was really important you know, because before I feel like it was just, you know, it was a little humble, like, oh, this is what's important to them. And now these voices are being amplified. And I think it's super important. I think it's super beautiful. And the position I took, and every store owner was different. I have a very vulnerable moment to share with you all. And it's that we boarded up windows. We were at protest. We were doing all of the things. And this city was destroyed for sure. But I think it was for a good cause. I'm not against the protests. They were not riots, they were protests. And I prayed over our space, and really, I just gave it to God. I'm like, we've put a lot of love and effort into this, and if it's taken away, I trust that with insurance and everything, those things will come back, but there's something more important going on in the world, and I'm gonna offer all of my life back up to this, you know? And our business was fine, and we flourished. So knowing your values, I'm just going to share a couple of our company values that we have on the back wall. And this is actually the framework in which I hire all of the people who work for us. So one is creative excellence. As a team, we're committed to innovating, experimenting, and never settling for mediocrity. Ownership mentality. This is a big one for me. As an individual, we carry a sense of personal responsibility for the greater vision of the brand and the studio. Oh, this is the humor portion. So I'm going to pause that for a second. Pretension is elitist bullshit. Because we are in a luxury industry, that does not mean we take ourselves too seriously. I love using humor in just like the right way. We are in a luxury industry, but I found that we have found our tribe based on our humor. So this is just a clip of our drunk history.
My name is Madison Moore, and I'm going to tell you the story about Maria Felix and her Cartier crocodile necklace.
So yes, so these are just some of the things that we do. We do, you know, and we draw a lot from pop culture and what's currently going on. So, you know, Kim Kardashian, you know, A$AP Rocky. So things that I would encourage, if I were to distill 3 things for people who are going into business, and I know that there's a lot of independent artists on here and they don't want to consider themselves business people, but that is a portion. I think my heart is, I want to know that you can take your gifting and you can fully support yourself if that is your choice. And I think that that is deeply important, and what it looks like for you to be supported in that. So the first thing I give advice for anyone is guard your thought life. Your mind is your greatest asset. You need to protect it. Be mindful of your mental diet, how you speak to yourself. Be cognizant of the sphere of influence in your life. I cannot say enough about that. Misery loves company. A lot of people like to complain together, this and that. And I think if you are trying to grow in your art, in your business, you need to be around people who are loving, compassionate, and are going to push you into that next level. Never stop learning. This is more brass tacks specific. I'm big finance nerd. Books I recommend everyone read. E-Myth by Michael Gerber. Pick up that book. If you are a maker in any way, shape, or form, I think it is very important to understand the basic structures of business. It's a very easy read. It's extremely digestible, so do not be intimidated by it. Financial intelligence is the second one. So financial intelligence is going to be a little bit drier, but it's really going to walk you through what is a P&L, meaning what is a profit and loss statement, what is a balance sheet. I really think, as Tara said, it is really important to get a snapshot of where you are so you can make decisions with discernment and not just on gut, right? And when you're looking for counsel from other people, you're giving them data and not emotions. And then the last one is Let Your Life Speak by Parker Palmer, which is about finding your vocation. Again, going back to what are your values, looking at the roots of why you do what you do. And the last thing I would say is know your numbers. There is a saying, if you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. I absolutely agree with that statement. I advocate for you to know your budget, make a debt snowball plan, make a plan towards financial freedom. a course I would recommend is Financial Freedom with Dave Ramsey. Stop taking advice from other broke friends. Stop it. Stop taking advice from other broke artists. Stop it. You know, if you need help figuring out the structure of your financial plan, whether that's getting out of your student loan debt, establishing your business, you need to ask people who are thriving and who have done it before you. So yeah, so I mean, this is just an image right now of where we're at. These are some snapshots of our expansion. Again, our marketing mix, a lot of things have to do with nails or nail art. You know, I'm Latina, that's just gonna pop up. And yeah, I think that is it. So I don't know if that was helpful, guys, but I know I covered a lot.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Viviana. I love your part about that, like a luxury brand doesn't have to be pretentious, because I think so many artists and makers who make more expensive pieces start to feel that way. So I love it. And drunk jewelry history is just brilliant. So that's amazing. All right, let's go ahead and turn it over to Soul.
Hi. Give me just a second. Okay, you guys seeing, right?
Share your screen at the bottom in the green.
Oh yeah, sorry. Forgot that step. This one. Share. Okay. Now you can see me? My screen? Okay, perfect. Okay, my name is Soledad Proaño. I go by Sol Proaño on my business and in life for the most part. I'm based in New York City, and my main line of business is these crystal hangings, sun catchers that I make from shaping brass wire into beautiful shapes. I also have a side interest on weavings and hangings with different sets of materials that I sometimes sell, but this is my hangings is the main thing. But my story today is going to be about how I got to this, and it was not a straight line at all. In my previous life, I was an acoustical engineer back in Chile. I moved in 2008 to LA. And at that time, I was always crafting and selling. I was always into selling my stuff that I made, different crafts, different medium. And in 2009, I opened my first Etsy shop. I was locked in a room because I was a new immigrant, so I couldn't work or anything. And there was a financial crisis. So I opened the Etsy shop. My first shop, I was selling mosaics. Then I discovered, like jewelry is way lightweight and I don't have to carry all this stuff around. And it seems to be more popular. Everybody loves it. So I got into textiles, scarves, and textile jewelry. And in 2008, I was able to start taking art courses, which I was always interested in, but my engineering career didn't allow for that, I thought. In 2010, I enrolled in the product design certificate at Pasadena City College. It was very like illustration and rendering and all that stuff, but I took one 3D design class with the head of the metal department, and she was fantastic. And so the following semester, I enrolled in the jewelry and metalworking program, which was an occupational skills program. That meant that they taught you a lot of hand skills and technical knowledge, and it was fantastic, but it was not a conceptual program. Even without that, you can see here, I started right away very interested in objects. Like I would get really excited when I was doing that, and just mixing materials right away. I was a lot into movement and things like that. And that was like the talk that I had with my professor when I finished the program, which I didn't follow for some reason right away. I kept on with the jewelry, which I was already selling online. My business was always based online. I did craft shows in LA, like Renegade, all that stuff. But so I was really in between this like art jewelry and wanted to sell at craft shows and connect in that way. And I was really having a hard time making that work in a way. But with Etsy, I did great. In 2013, when I moved to New York, I connected with them because their headquarters were here and they opened to community. So that was really nice. And I brought open up the wholesale side of them for me. And also randomly, I was approached by Anthropology. And that's on the right. That's the image of like the assortment that I sold with them that year in 2013. 14. I also started doing my first wholesale shows, ACC Baltimore, the Philly show. I think that was the last Philly show. That's my booth at Baltimore, which was great. And I mean, I did fine. It was a good time and I loved the show and I was planning on going back the following year. But I got pregnant and the pregnancy was not very comfortable and I was not physically well. So I had to cancel that. But at home, I started doing these weavings and wall hangings and also, again, mixing materials. And that I've continued that throughout the years. Then in 2015, after I had my kid, that is an image of the Macy's Etsy partnership that we did. It didn't last very long. Nobody was happy about it, I think, except us, the sellers, which it was the most exhilarating experience to go to, take the train in New York and go to that opening that summer. It was, I mean, that winter, I guess. It was pretty cool. But beyond that, this Anthropology thing, Macy's, these were bursts of success and it looked really good and it's amazing, but it really wasn't sustainable in the long term. I never felt that I had a sustainable business money-wise. So in 2016, I got a job as a bench jeweler. Trying to maybe going back into the metalsmith school, those roots, going back to the craft. And I rebranded. Between my baby and this, I sort of stopped the business and I was reconsidering a lot of stuff. I rebranded as Sol Pro Año. I did this line with silver and leather. And that year, I also joined Megan's mentorship program, Artists and Craft Product Makers, Profit Makers. Then I did New York Now. I went back into the wholesale thing. It was not great. The first time I got my booth feedback. The second time I got the half booth and did not make the money back. So after that, I decided to quit my job, focus on the business 100%, make it work or not, and just give it the last push, the last chance. Also, I did the Try It and See course that Megan launched that year, and it was really pivotal, I think, in my mindset of how to approach the business. I think quitting my job was part of the Try It and See experience. But what created for me is that I stopped getting in front of myself. I followed my gut design-wise. I followed what my inspiration were, and I didn't worry too much about being super original. Just do what you think, what you feel like doing, and what's gonna fulfill and makes you happy at that moment. So it did open me to trying new things.
And the things that I saw that I like, I adapted to myself instead of being like, oh, I'm an artist, I have to be 100% original. I understood that didn't go well, and it was not useful for me. So in that year, September, I started doing these wall hangings. Oh, yeah, I started doing these wall hangings, and I decided I did these 3, which is my first 3 Prisma styles. And this is what happened. I saw somebody doing a hanging, and in one of them, of the many that she had, she put a prism on it. And I'm like, oh, that's beautiful. I really, really love that. And I decided, but it was very conscious. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go for it, and I'm going to make it mine. And I'm going to make a few of this and see what happens. But February, that is my last New York now, the third and last. On the left, you can see I have some hangings there, and with the Christmas. Obviously, I didn't sell any of those at that show because it was not the show for them. You can see also I changed my branding, the colors, it looks completely different. On the right, that's the jewelry, the different collections that I was showing at that point. And it was okay, but I really decided that I hated that show and I was never gonna go back. So I sold my lights, I sold like some equipment that I had that at the end, and that was it. And at that point, I had already again sold that jewelry, the leather line to Anthropology because I was doing more fashion-oriented shows, and they found me there. So, trying to search in different markets, seeing what was working or not for myself. So I made a decision, cut off New York now. I think the fashion side is going better. But I was having a lot of trouble. As you can see, I have fashion models. It's funny because Tara talked about how she was never in front of the camera, and now she had to. That didn't have another option, and I was full blown on like model shooting and fashion, and like this is how you have to do to sell the work. And I was doing it, and I'm very proud of that, the results, but I was not comfortable doing that. And I hadn't gotten to that realization at that point, but I was really pushing it because I knew I thought I knew that's what I had to do. And then COVID hit. Well, first I go in vacations, Anthropology placed a reorder. So, okay, it seems like I was telling a friend, I'm on vacation in Chile in February. We're talking about COVID at that point. Everybody's like, oh, what's happening? Like, is it coming to the US? Like, it was far away still. And I was telling a friend, I don't know what I'm going to do when I come back. I have nothing. I have a few orders from the show, but that's it. I mean, I'm going to have to make a hard decision. I got a reorder from Anthropology. So it's like another stick in front of me, but not quite really making it seemingly, it didn't really seem that, it was sustainable for me. So COVID hit, lockdown, husband gets unemployed right away. So good news, he's in charge of the kid. I had my home studio, and that just gave me time and peace of mind. I didn't have to worry about drop-offs, pickups, any of that. They were on their own thing, and I was here trying to, finalize orders for jewelry, and getting that money, and just like I went deep into my creative process, and into my online community that I had, and just kept adding work and like the hangings. And just in February, the sales started picked up little by little. I added more pieces, and sales just started trickling in. And I think in April I decided to start doing Facebook ads just on a whim for the jewelry and the hangings, and I guess that did help because it was slowly but surely happening. Like, it was just a momentum that started building. With these 12 designs that I had, I applied to a trade show that I had applied before with the jewelry, and they never, took me in. But with these 12 designs, they said, okay, come in. So that was a great boost for my, ego, I guess, and which is always helpful. And in that moment in June, July, Anthropologie decided not to place any reorder for jewelry for their website. Small stores started placing orders. Online direct orders started coming. I got a couple features in blogs with people that I already had tried, establish a relationship beforehand. And by Thanksgiving, it was great. I had a bunch of sales. I did not stop making from November to February, nonstop. And I haven't really stopped. Slow down, of course. I'm happy about that because you can't really keep going forever like that. And so what's now? The sales have slowed down online direct. Wholesale orders keep coming. I have my first this show online. That was great because I knew if there was a wholesale show that was going to do it well online, it was going to be them, and they delivered for me. So in September, I'm going to have my first trade show with my crystals, with my prisms. So I'm very excited about it. I hope that it will resonate. I might do holiday shows. I don't know. Probably I don't need them. They're a lot of work and time. And we'll see. Like now, I guess, getting out of COVID, hopefully, people are going out. They're not spending that much time at home. They don't need that soothing energy that the prisms bring them. But I hope that they actually still want it, because, if there's something that I think we all have learned from these traumatic experiences, that we need good for ourselves. We need soothing energy for ourselves. So my takeaway from this whole thing is follow the inspiration, try new things, don't stand on your own way. If you want to make a living out of it, just try it. Follow your gut. Follow the money too, like as the previous people say, and that's it. I hope that was helpful.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Soli. I think there was a lot to see there. And, I think it's so important to hear different stories and recognize that not everyone has to operate on the same timeline. So we have about 13 minutes left for Q&A, and I feel like there are a lot of different ways we could go with questions. But where I want to start is, all of you shifted from selling in person in some way, shape, or form to selling online. And I'm curious how you guys approached specifically the idea of recreating the in-person experience of your products online. And if you have even any suggestions for how anyone else could do that.
Video.
Yes.
Video is key, because you have to have beautiful images. That's also basic, but if you want to, the best thing after in person is video, like we're doing right now, right?
I have to say that one of the biggest things I learned was people always said your work doesn't come across in a photo that it does in person for my work. And so I literally took that to heart. And I think you have to realize that there is a lot of free apps out in the world that you can use to your advantage. And I think really just trying them and using them and just, not taking it too seriously. I think that's the other thing, is because we're living in a time when a lot of professional video and a professional photography doesn't exist because no one has that ability or income other than some big brands. And I think, people like that honesty and that humbleness and that realness of seeing a video that you made at your home wearing your work. It comes across, it's real. And I think that I had to teach myself not to get so hung up and do that.
I think for myself, in terms of what does it look like to transfer my brand, I'm a little bit different because I have employees. So I've really reduced down our language. So, you know, for us, like we have a bullet point language, like we are maximalist, sexy, funny. We use the word style, not fashion, like a lot of things like that, you know? So we have like a long list, and it's like even a color palette that we use. And I'm like, so we had during construction, we operated out of an Airstream trailer. And I'm like, that Airstream trailer has to feel the same like lushness that the store feels like. Or I do a lot of engagement rings. I'm a fine jeweler. And so what I did was, if somebody books an appointment with me online, they have a date, they have a time. I have already mailed to them, to their house, a package, and it says open at this time, which is the time of our meeting. When they open it up, it was champagne, it was a ring sizer, and it was everything that they would have experienced sitting in front of me. And like it even had a scent to it. So they open it up and they could have a drink while we're doing our virtual talk. You know, so these are things like how, you know, what are high touch points, essentially? Like what are high touch points that we can have when people are engaging with us? So that's some of the ideas.
Love all of those. I think those are fantastic. So because we have both individual artists and makers and, you know, Viviana here from that side, but also the gallery and storefront side, I think it would be remiss to not ask this question. So how has the relationship between artists and makers and gallery and shop owners changed during the pandemic? Did you see that relationship shifting in any ways? And then how do you see those relationships evolving going forward?
I mean, I can speak on my behalf for my galleries. You know, COVID actually gave me an opportunity to sit down when I was saying, looking at my books. I was actually able to sit down and really pay attention to which spaces were shifting and changing the way I was shifting and changing, and how we could work together, not just as a gallery artist, but partners, and being a brand ambassador for my work. And how could I be a brand ambassador for them? And I think it all started with some very intimate conversations with a lot of galleries that I show work with, and seeing how they were handling the shift as well. And it also led to me, you know, letting go of some relationships that just weren't profitable or viable or on the same wavelength. And it really, what that ended up doing was actually focusing on the real relationships, because I need my galleries and I need my work online, and I need to be able to have that duality and have it work for the type of work that I make. And now, I mean, I talk to my galleries via text. If you can't text me, that's like an issue. I talk to you via phone, via FaceTime. And those are the types of little things that I'm talking about, just really wanting to make those relationships nurture for long periods of time, because that's a long-term, in my mind, idea.
I think for myself, it's just creating win-win relationships with my artists, because that's the thing, I'm a maker as well. And I've been on the other side. So there's two things kind of going on. For the pandemic specifically, like I really appreciated when people could do consignment, this and that. But the thing is also, like Tara talked about, there's an entrusted thing, because people who are repped by me know that, like, when some people fight, flight, or freeze, like this bitch fights. Like I go in, I lean in, and I try to represent everybody with pride. Like I want people to feel so proud that they're under our brand, that, you know, at the same time, like I, as a gallery owner, had to be vulnerable. Like sometimes I'm like, you know, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do. And I think having those very real human, instead of being like, oh, I'm a business person and we're doing a negotiation, it's like, okay, we need to be humans. We both need to survive. How can we make something that functions for both of us and we both feel good at the end of the day? So I think it's the same thing, having really open conversations with artists. Yeah.
I would have to say that, I mean, transparency. It's like what Viviana is saying. I feel like that is the one thing that I was paying attention to, was how much transparency was actually being talked about. And that's important.
Awesome. So one of the other things that I think a lot of artists and makers, now that they're moving more into selling online, are struggling with is how do you find the balance? And I absolutely hate the word balance, but we're using it for lack of a better word. How do you find the balance between the time that you're spending making and then the time that you're spending marketing and creating content and connecting with customers? Because it feels like promoting yourself online is a full-time job. And for some people in some companies it is. So how are you guys handling that balance?
I'll go first. It's interesting that Tara and Viviana both showed their Instagram feeds, and I didn't. I was always an online business. I was online way before Instagram, and I was not an early adopter of Instagram, but I had an Instagram account already going on, and I've been struggling with that question for a long time. And my answer is, I do not balance it. I just post it. I post when I can, when I feel like it. I try to do it consistently, but it's not part of my job description to be posting on Instagram every day. I make sure that it doesn't seem like I'm dead, but I'm there here and there, but it's not. I rely more on other ways of marketing my business, not on Instagram.
Yeah. For myself, I mean, if you guys know what the Enneagram is, I'm an Enneagram 7, wing 8, which means I'm constantly going anyway. That's just my MO. But I mean, I do things like we pre-plan our grid on Planoly. It's very inexpensive, but I have a team, but I still have to lead the team with a rubric of what we're building into that, right? Whether that's a content. So I still have my hand in it. But balance, I think I kind of let some of that shit go because it's a tightrope, it's a tightrope. And I think it's very hard for me. I am a self-proclaimed ambitious person, but I also am trying to, I lean very heavily into the term Sabbath. It's like, how do I enjoy Sabbath and rest while doing this? And so the only way I framed it mentally is seasons. This is a season I need to lean in. This is a season I'm going to go live in Istanbul for a month. This is a season I lean in, and but it's hard. I think it's hard for everyone.
I think, I don't know if the balance is consistent is even a thing. I feel like with my particular work and just my feeds, I have to have time in my yard. I have learned that now that I have to be outside and I have to be away. As my mentor, Robert Ebbendorf said, there's always time to make a brooch. There's always time to make $500, but you'll never get the time back when the day was nice and you could garden and be with your partner, or you could be with your mom, or whatever it is that you do, your child, your dog. And I had to learn that the hard way. And so for me, balance is just that. I may post on Instagram, like right now I have a drop, and of course I need to be present for that. But if I skip a week, it's not the end of the world. And so, I try to really acknowledge that now that this making schedule is no longer dictated by a craft show schedule, I'm creating the drive, and what does that look like is still a learning process. And, I recently took a class with Liz Kampner. And one of the things she said is have a 6-month plan, not a 1-week plan. Have an idea of what you want to do, and then see how that changes to allow your self-growth and shift.
Awesome. And actually, Tara, you answered what I was going to do, a really quick last rapid fire question, because Linda had asked in the chat, Tara, who you were learning about online sales from. So really quick, we have a minute. Everyone gets like 10 seconds. What are your favorite tools, resources, learning for growing the business side?
That's a hard one.
I mean, I know Viviana shared some amazing books. Even if it was just who you learned from as you were trying to figure out all this stuff during the pandemic.
Liz Kampner for me.
Awesome.
Megan Alma for me.
So that was not planned.
I have an advisory board of a bunch of people that I've made the mix based on how many employees they've had, how much they've revenued, and they're all in different industries. And so there's 7 people that I tap when I have questions.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for taking part in our panel. I wish we could continue for hours, but we can't. But I do want to encourage everyone to go check out our wonderful panelists online, go to their websites, join their email lists, follow them on social media, because you can learn a lot just by observing and following these women, because they are doing amazing things online. And thank you so much to SNAG for having us all in this panel.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love the closeout of that with a little screenshot of this vibe sound. Whatever that was. It's such a cute little I want to remember this moment. I love it.
Just tag us in it, whatever it is, just tag us.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Thank you all so much to our panelists and to our wonderful moderator, Megan, keeping us super on time. Everything that was shared was just so amazing. So many great resources and insights from all of these wonderful business people. I think we can all agree that, you know, COVID has been a moment of pivot for a lot of us, but certainly folks who are in business, you know, this ability to pivot and not be afraid to kind of like throw out ideas or like start again or do something totally unfamiliar or different. I think that's so important to be able to, you know, as artists, we tend to like really grip to our ideas and that everything is magical and amazing and needs to come to life. But, you know, I think as business people, we have to be a little more flexible in our thinking. So thank you all for bringing light to that and bringing light to the kind of building authentically that all of you have sort of touched upon and, you know, built in your, like, into the fabric of your businesses and your success. So congrats to you all. And thank you so much. We are going to move right on into our next program. But just a reminder that we have concurrent programming happening right now. So if you're interested in the educational meet and greet, it is live from 4 till 6 over in the Hop-In Expo. So if you'd like to participate in that, please head over. And here on the main stage, we are going to head into our rapid fire artist presentations. So these early career artists, SNAG has created an opportunity to introduce these artists to you and for them to share their work. These are going to be fast-paced 10-minute talks, and I am going to lead everyone through it. And I'm going to be super strict on time, so I hope you've all timed your presentations. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to start with Phil Ambrose. So Phil is a native of Easton, North Carolina, who after many stops and studies, pursued his BFA in metals from East Carolina University and MFA from Edinburgh University. His studies allowed for the exploration of new ways to incorporate new materials into his work, as well as exploring concepts that include fantasy, personal identity, and politics. He currently resides in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I would like to welcome you to the stage. Phil, welcome.
Hello. How's everybody doing today?
We can't see you, Phil.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Hi.
Say hi.
How you doing?
Great.
So let me get this thing started here real quick. Hey. Just gonna... Here, there we go. Hi, my name's Phil Ambrose, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what I like to title escapism art. I wanted to start this off with a quote by the author Ursula K. Le Guin, who's a great fantasy artist, who says that the story is one of the basic tools invented for the purpose, invented by the mind of man for the purpose of understanding. There have been great societies that did not use the wheel, but there have been no societies that did not tell stories. And this is kind of a basis for a lot of my work. As the intro said, I grew up in a very small town in North Carolina, down on the coast, and I grew up with grandparents that often told a lot of stories, either of life or the kind of things that make life interesting. And I took a lot of that to heart. And so on top of that, I developed a great love of comic books and all sorts of fantasy media. And those stories kind of widened my worldview into seeing what people can do when they explore the kinds of things that all of society has to offer. And so in much of my work, I started trying to tell stories about people that I knew or experience that I had. This one, for instance, is a sort of story of sharing lunch with a friend of mine. And by the end of it, much like the bones that are left after the meal, all you take with you at the end are the memories that are left over. But as my work progressed, I started wanting to tell stories of a more fictional nature, much like the ones that I was fascinated with growing up. This one is a piece on kind of an altar piece. I started digging into a little bit of religious memorabilia, thinking about the kind of sacrifices and things that people make every day to gain any kind of attention and power. And eventually that kind of led into pieces that were kind of grander and thinking about the development of these kinds of ideas. This particular item came to me in a quite literally in a dream as I was trying to figure out where my work was going to go. This one is in particular is titled "The Hand of the Drowned King," which is about how religious iconography can transition and change over time to be more, what can we say, safer for the lives that we live, starting out a bit rough and ragged and going on into a more modern society. But during my time in grad school, where all this work was created, I did start to struggle with exactly what I was going to do with my work. So I started kind of pulling back a little bit and thinking about all the things that I really loved about storytelling in the first place and where these stories were going. But thankfully, at the same time, I was having a lot of fun with some of the other grad students and playing a lot of role-playing games, and especially Dungeons and Dragons, partly because it allowed me to tell very interesting stories that had some very exploratory aspects to them. And so I started taking imagery from these stories that we were telling at our gaming table and translating them into objects. And so I started taking that world building aspect from the games and started to create just a total grouping of objects that could tell the stories of like many different worlds. For instance, this one was a kind of another religious iconography piece. This is the two-faced god, Gormush, and his little head comes off to be a rattle to be used in ceremonies of people that wish to kind of deceive and kind of get one over on the enemy or their opposition. Whoops. This one necklace I titled "Blood of the Dragon," about a group of adventurers who slew a dragon, and from its hoard and from its body created all these wonderful objects that would be passed down generation after generation, unbeknownst to them that they were being slowly poisoned by this these relics. This one again going into kind of a religious kind of bent, the ecstasy of silence, where you take this object and place it into your mouth to help silence you and to be able to take all of these kind of information from the world around you, kind of quieting the self in order to pay attention. This one titled "The Necklace of Throm," kind of made up deity for this world, able to pull in and sort of act as a conduit for the powers that be in the world around you. Everlasting light, another object to be passed, which is it seems to be a thing that also pops up a lot, is the idea of objects that are passed down through families and such. And you can probably tell a lot of this work marries a lot of woodworking and metalwork, which is kind of the two things that I'm sort of also passionate about. The Spear of Night, a broken spear that is merely used as kind of symbolic tool. Again, it's a ceremonial type object. And then I started a series that I don't have a definitive name for, but it's kind of a story series. This one is The Arrival of Giants, using bits of collage on wood panels to tell the story of a world where these kind of extraplanar beings start coming in to end up giving, kind of bringing knowledge. But as with all things, new knowledge can divide people. And so some people begin to exploit and use that as a kind of, they create their own leisure time with, kind of the wealthy and status symbols and such. But then as all of that wealth and things are used up, some try to escape the world into other reaches. But whether they're successful or not is unknown. But then in the end, as all things come to an end, one last little environmental dude sings a final song for his dying planet. And that, I believe, is all.
Oh my
There we
God,
go.
this little guy for his dying planet. I can't.
Yeah. That's what happens. We only got one planet, and once it's gone, it's like somebody's got to sing that last song, to the end of it. So.
Oh my God, I love that. That's such a poetic, image and concept. Also, in case you can't see the hop-in chat, Phil, you're getting a lot of D&D love in the comments, which is
yes. We're gonna have to start like a SNAG D&D night at conferences. So.
Next up, thank you so much for that presentation, Phil. Some amazing work there, so fantastic. Next up, we have Emily Culver, who is a multimedia object maker, and her work has been exhibited at galleries, museums, and institutions across North America and abroad. Existing primarily as sculpture, objects, and jewelry, Culver's work explores notions of intimacy, non-functionality, and identity through corporeal qualities. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you so much, Alex. All right, I'm going to get started here. All right. So I just first wanted to say that I'm very happy to be here, to have been asked back this year to join the other early career presenters. Given that these talks are only 10 minutes long and having a year to sit and think about what I was going to say, I decided that this time around I wanted to try something that was a little unusual for my presentation. Or rather, it feels a little unusual for me to share my work in this way. So through some words and images that I've prepared today, I'm going to attempt to contextualize my work for you all as I, the maker, feel it. And I'm hoping that this will be something that you can experience. What lies on some things' other side? Turned away and hidden from view, tucked in deep and pulled inside out, suspended, swimming, and surrounded within bodies existing without organs. In this vague dreamscape, we are caught between ourselves and some balmy elsewhere. My aim is not to paint you a picture of this place. I aim not to give you false understandings and false images. Instead, I hope to build us a home, somewhere that can be felt, some place in which to live, and elsewhere in which to exist. To be here is to be fooled and be mistaken, because the things you gather here you cannot keep. It is the beauty of their nature that they should slip and slide through the crevices that you hold tight. Here, in this place, something ripples beneath the surface, gathering momentum, pushing through the still horizon, breaking skin and making a disturbance, making its presence known. An introduction to not an object, but a thing. An introduction to a knowing, for an object is something understood, while a thing is too slippery to pin down with such exacting language. To sense a thing is to devour it through your body, to feel its skin brush against your own, to hear its voice resound within its own hollows, to taste and to smell its iron core, to catch a glimpse in your periphery only to blink and lose it from view. Again, what lies on some thing's other side? What is missed in the umbra? Caught in a moment, we sense only what faces outwards to greet us, only thinking to know one side, one facet, but even this thought is untrue. For even this, that which we may think to know, even this in an instant moves away and is gone. Here, a place like this is filled with longing, for we must accept that things can be themselves and not quite be themselves at the same time. Here, in a place like this, we will find desire. But this yearning, this pained, insatiable appetite we feel could never be filled. To deafen this how would be the greatest defeat of all. Instead, we shall wait here, encased and engulfed by the warming pulse of potential space, a place like the womb we had left, where we could enter and be held. Incubated in this vulnerable state of unknowing, we do not become stronger or more sound. Instead, we become more familiar with the discomfort. Here, we linger and become acquainted with query and doubt, new old friends to visit over and over again. The labor of suggestion that we experience leaves our bodies sore. Not everything here is of a quiet nature, like the involuntary twitch from your right middle finger or spontaneous tremor in your left knee. These things are living skins that prickle, itch, and crawl. Like a limb returning from numbness, these skins are vibrating matter. They ebb and flow, forever in flux. This agitation, a corporeal reminder, brings activity to the surface, brings our senses to attention. Now, in this moment, we are given a glimpse of other things that might exist beneath the skin, things existing with and within other fluid things. But just as a displaced heartbeat throb eventually subsides, so too does this. Back into the shrouded, vibrating matter from which it emerged, shrinking and stepping back into the unempty void. It is just one balmy film that separates so many things. a thin surface that partitions you from me, from we, our now selves and ourselves we wish to be. A body is such a thing, abstract and transient, but a body is also an inescapable thing. It is the lens through which we experience all of our experiences, the conduit through which we sense all our senses. Captured in this place, how does one evolve past these body landscapes? What tools we may need for this we have already, tucked up and away in the places we visit most. Some offer discomfort, others offer their caress. Truly, it isn't about knowing what they are exactly, but how to use them. They are the mechanisms of change, our potential conversationalists. We are invited in and pushed back out. So we together shall build a body without organs. For a body without organs is a body without image, without form, a thing. Imperceivable and without cause. It should not be made in our likeness, but rather in our aspiration. To be a thing is to be most free. No, not by name, image, purpose, or creed. A thing is slippery and difficult to catch. A thing is not insignificant. A thing is not unintentional, but exactly the right net to cast upon that which is unknowable. Let's pull this into ourselves, into our bodies as they are, for we know now that a thing is made of numerous indistinguishable parts. They are parts of things which is never made whole, never missing, never without. Somewhere other than here exists my other self, the me, the we that floats just to the left or to the right of gaze, just enough out of frame that with each passing blink, it takes a sense of unknowing to know it even there. Running tangential to ourselves, these things spread out in a forever horizon, passing through the balmy film. To follow, to chase, to be led is the forever pursuit to make some space, a place in which to exist, a desire to be held, not passing through, but suspended in this place. Here may we peek beyond the veil and reach far beyond our usual suspicions. Here may we devolve into all of the matter, potential, and stuff that swims around us. And let this become our balmy elsewhere, and perhaps some other thing altogether. Thank you.
Oh man, can I get a hell yeah for that jewelry poem? That was amazing, Emily. Thank you so much. You're getting a lot of love in the comments and over in Hopin as well. What an innovative approach to a presentation. I really appreciate the poetry and you sharing your experience as a maker and trying to help us join you in that journey. Wow, okay, shake it out. Shake it out, girl. Next up is Daria Jones, who is an artist and a K-5 visual arts teacher based in Savannah, Georgia. She holds a BFA in studio arts from Virginia State University and an MFA in jewelry from Savannah College of Art and Design. Storytelling and place are an important aspect in her studio practice, where each piece is inscribed with her emotions and identity, which can then be transferred to the viewer. Like in storytelling, place is important both geographically and psychologically as it pertains to our identity. Our personal experiences contribute to the place we live in. Though some experiences may leave bruises, we can ultimately choose the next destination. Welcome to the stage, Daria.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, SNAG, for allowing me to be a part of the Emerging Artist presentation. I'm sorry, you guys, I'm a little nervous. It's like when it gets to you, you're like, oh man, it's almost my turn. So yeah, let me go ahead and get my presentation going.
We're all here to support you, dear.
All right, everyone. So as an artist, when I think about place, I think about place as being two different definitions because it is so complex. So my first definition for place is a geographical location. So those can be places that we're familiar with, like our houses, the parks, or any other landmark that we think of when we think about a geographical location. But then I also see how place can also represent a psychological mindset, meaning the different experiences that we go to and how they alter our identity. But one of the things that both of these places have in common are people, because it is through people where we gain connections as well as build relationships. And then we also go through experiences with them, which ultimately defines our identity. And when I think about place, the first place that I automatically go to is my childhood home of Petersburg, Virginia, where I grew up with my mother, my father, as well as my two sisters, Sierra and Tierra. And yes, our names rhyme. So yes, they rhymed. And the connection and relationships that I built with my family was very unique. My father, he was unfortunately very pessimistic, and he just did not like the fact that we grew up not really having a lot of financial stability. And because of that reason, it allowed him to go to a place where he was always discouraged, which ultimately became a part of my own identity as I began to suffer from issues like insecurities, low self-esteem, as well as anxiety. And it's because of those reasons that I try to use my studio practice as a way to find healing as well as freedom from the hurt that I've dealt with in the past. So when I think about jewelry, I think about jewelry as being a storybook. So when we think about the different elements of a story, we think about the characters of a story. We think about the conflict of a story, the resolution, the moral, the climax, all of those different elements. But one of the most important elements within a story is, of course, place, because place gives us context to why characters may act the way they do and how, you may find the solution to any given, problem within the story. So as I told you guys, I think of jewelry as a storybook. And I first see it as being a storybook because of the performative nature of jewelry. So in this piece you guys are looking at currently, it is titled Self-Portrait 2017. This was a piece that I created to pretty much go back to my childhood experience of where a lot of my classmates used to call me ugly. And because of that very reason, it pretty much forced my head down. And whenever I walk past anyone, I literally just put my head down. I did not want to look at anyone because I personally began to feel that I was ugly. And by me using a bucket, something that is universal to a lot of people, I wanted to, put something in it. So I wanted to put water in it to represent the weight and the tears that I carried for many years. And then, as I told you guys, place is number one. So I wanted to also be boxed in a place that pretty much represented the place that I was in psychologically. So something that was very cold and which expressed the hurt that I was dealing with. So along with place being, with jewelry being a story in terms of its performative nature, I also see how jewelry can be a story through the use of words and text. And this for me is very important because not only do I see jewelry as being something that can be worn on the body, but I also see it as words and text. So I'm going to give you guys an example. So just imagine someone saying that you're ugly and you dropping your head down as I did when I was younger. The words that we, transmit onto people, we ultimately wear it, meaning that we're changing our body's posture as well as our gesture because we're wearing the words that they're giving to us. So it's always been one of my goals to just make sure that, I'm giving out positive words so that people can actually wear them and feel encouraged throughout the day rather than me, giving a word that is just so encouraging and allowing them to hide and to change their gestures throughout the day. And then lastly, you guys, when I think about jewelry as being a storybook, I also think about how jewelry can be a story through the actual materials that are being used. So when I started my graduate study at SCAD, I'm going to tell you guys the truth. I absolutely hated metal. Like, I did not know what to do with it. Like, I was afraid of the torch. I just didn't want anything to do with it. And I was more so comfortable using like a lot of alternative materials because I could personally relate to it, because it told a story for me. And when I'm making, I always try to think about the value, or the not even the value, just the story within a piece or the material that I'm using, because that's more precious to me than the actual value of the material being used. So one of the materials that I use in my studio practice is ceramics, and I try to relate it back to how it represents the human body. So we see how ceramics is, malleable. You can wedge the clay, like we can be wedged, our bodies can be wedged, our thinking, our minds, the places we go to, they can be wedged. Not only that, but when it's time for it to be, bisque fired, once it, comes out the kiln, it's, yes, it's hard, but it's also still very fragile, like we are, and some of the experiences that we go through because sometimes we crack. So this is just an example of a lot of different samples that I was creating of me just doing a lot of repetitive movements within the clay. But not only that, when I experiment with the ceramics, I thought about, how fragile it is, and I wanted to create something that would protect it. So that's when I began to experiment with a lot of electroforming. So through electroforming, we have to think about it as if it's clothes to protect the body, to protect us. It could be a home, like, how I was telling you guys about play. So electroforming is just a way for us, to cover ourselves and to protect ourselves from the experiences that we've been through. And then lastly, one of the next materials that I also use a lot in my studio practice is wood. And I also relate how the wood also represents our human nature in terms of how it is, chaotic. You can't really control nature. I know that here in Savannah, Georgia, in one area it's raining, and then like right beside you, the next house is not any rain. So I just feel like you can't really control it, just like how we can't really control the experiences that we go through sometimes. Yes, it hurts, and the places, that we go through, even psychologically hurts, but we have the ability to ultimately, make the next step in terms of what we're going to do. And I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up with you guys. But I guess one thing that I want to, leave with you guys is to just, make sure that you're always, being a positive light to others. Whenever you're, speaking words, always, be sure to say a positive word, not to, allow people to change their gestures and allow them to wear the place that you're feeling at that moment, and to just always just be encouraging. So thank you guys for allowing me to be here, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much, De'Ara. I want to just apologize. I mispronounced your name the first time.
No, it's okay.
What a great story. And thank you for sharing so much of your personal journey. I think it's always so interesting to hear about the kind of like deep meaning or kind of inspiration or influence behind people's work. I mean, I feel like also I hated metal is maybe the quote of the conference. And I just love that kind of, the idea of like the performative nature of jewelry, I think is so meaningful to all of us folks who make wearables or non-wearables in the kind of scope of jewelry. I think it's just a really, and I think you've really pushed that to a different level in how you've kind of embodied your experience through those wearables. So thank you so much for sharing your story and your work. Okay, I am going to introduce our next artist, Guadalupe Navarro, whose work currently reflects on his upbringing as a Chicano while examining the cultural impact of Mexican-American society as a whole. His research most recently focuses directly on undocumented immigrants and the stories of their journeys. He presents this working using traditional coppersmithing and silversmithing techniques, focusing primarily on creating vessels and small sculptural objects. He graduated with a Master of Fine Arts in Metals and Jewelry from the Lamar Dodd School of Art and received undergraduate degrees in drawing and metalsmithing from Ball State University. Over to you, Guadalupe, and welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'm going to go to screen share. Can everybody see this? I want to go ahead and thank SNAG for giving me the opportunity to come back and present. And I've been looking forward to this for about 1.5 years now. So let's get to it. So when I started doing more conceptual metalwork, especially after my undergraduate work, I made a ton of chalices. I honestly didn't think it was that I was making that many till I looked back and I saw that I made about like 13 in about, I think like a 2 or 3 year span. And even though that, like, however, like these are like the ones that I'm showing you right now are the ones that I felt like actually had some pretty good meaning to them. And kind of reflected the ideas of religious and cultural symbols within the Hispanic culture. I was thinking a lot about the violence that goes along with the drug cartels and also religious items like rosaries, gold chains with crosses and other religious imagery that is adorned by people in the drug cartel, while also combining them with small vessel and chalice forms that apparently I had a pretty big thing for. But also too, obviously pushing myself technically. This piece I really enjoyed doing, obviously, you know, a little bit of raising, working with silver, casting, marriage of metals are all, you know, pretty traditional metals techniques that, you know, I introduced to this piece. And, you know, kind of also, you know, thinking about religious, you know, viewpoints and also religious iconography, you know, sinner, prayer, goblet, thinking about, you know, Santa Muerte, and then obviously like the Virgin Mary or the Virgen de Guadalupe, and kind of making religious kind of reflections like that is something I always try to incorporate within my work, and because it relates a lot to my background. So cocaine spoon goes along with the same ideas of the chalices and combining cultural images. I actually got inspiration from the McDonald's spoon that they made in the late 70s. Because of the cocaine epidemic, they actually ended up getting rid of it because people were using it to snort cocaine. So I combined that shape from the McDonald's spoon and also the images of iconography that I had researched before. So this piece actually helped me achieve like a lifelong goal of combining my intensive cultural research, McDonald's references, and metalworking in one piece. So that was actually pretty exciting for me. So I started to think about this work, and I labeled it as essential, non-essential, as an exercise of research, making, and collecting in the fall of 2018. I was initially puzzled about what I can make and what kind of collecting I could do in order to complete this research assignment. When researching, I fell upon an article in the New Yorker called Janitor Preserves Sees Belongings of Migrants. I was struck by all the different items that were compensated by the border agents, many of items I never would have considered or considered as something that a person would take along in this journey. I came to better understand why some of these seemingly mundane objects would have been taken along this journey. Obviously, there was essentials like food, water, clothing, general hygienic items. However, I learned to think about beyond the items that would be absolutely necessary for physical survival and considering items that would be good for spiritual and mental health. It really opened my eyes as to the definition of essential for this journey. The artist statement for these items was objects can be found along the journey between Mexico and the United States borders. The items have been left behind, dropped, taken away, found by other people who died along the way or who have had this journey. These items are considered essential in order to survive through the rough terrain of the days-long journey to cross the border. There are 2 ways to consider these items. One, absolutely essential to the people making this journey, or as non-essential by those who try to stop them during the journey. All these objects must be carried on the body within pockets, around necks, across shoulders, worn on clothing, and created as wearable, and I created wearable jewelry objects, forms that reminisce of different items that are left behind. By recreating these objects as wearable metal badges, I'm taking these objects that have been taken or left on the border and I'm resetting them back onto the body, making these items feel precious and valuable once again. So essentially all these are just, they're brooches and they obviously have pin backs, and I can kind of put them on the wall and I can kind of organize them the way I want, but typically I do either, a grid form like this or just like a really long line across a long wall. Also, I saw how often seemingly unessential items were taken on the journey and being compensated in tandem with the essential items. Seeing the rosaries, family portraits, kids' toys, collage, cologne, makeup, countless other items, I started to think about how out of all the things that they could bring with them on this journey, there was always like a reason that they had it. It wasn't just about physical health, but also about mental health and spiritual health. Similarly, in my earlier work in graduate school, I found that the Catholic culture was prevalent in these items. Crosses, rosaries, Bibles, prayer cards, milagros were taken on the journey along with water jugs, food, and clothing. These items are a reflection of the culture within the Mexican and Hispanic society. Sometimes considering presentation was key for these items. In this photo, given the opportunity to show within a larger space, so I decided to lay them out in a single row across the 30-foot wall that I was provided. I decided to show them in a single row spaced apart evenly, which made it much easier to appreciate each individual piece one at a time. The viewer is encouraged to spend time with the object, slowly moving down the length of the wall, examine each item. The details created by the strokes of the saw blade is meant to call attention to these essential items. So this is a nice example of kind of the presentation that I really like doing, was just putting them across an entire wall so that you can kind of just walk through it. And if one grabs your interest, you can spend a little bit more time or just move on. And on the top is actually an example of what I mentioned earlier about the janitor that just found the objects and then took photographs of them. So even those actual found objects, create pretty beautiful pieces. And obviously I'm trying to reference kind of like that imagery as well. And it's also nice that I can kind of incorporate making my best opportunity of making jewelry pieces as well, since that's not something I consider myself very good at. So when organizing the information for my next series of large-scale works and gathering information through interviewing undocumented immigrants, I knew that metals would be the material, but I wasn't sure what I was going to make. I've never been one to work on a jeweler scale, and I always worked more on small object scale. However, it was enticing to consider all the detail I could introduce into a miniature narrative married with a vessel form as the stand. So I thought about artists like Marilyn De Silva when I was developing my work. Her work creates a narrative through imagery and figurative elements, such as using birds to represent human form. She fabricates miniature stories using elements such as books as pedestals for narratives she is trying to convey. I found that creating miniatures within a small object or jewelry scale was a great opportunity to show my conceptual aspiration while still using metal skills. I became intrigued with using miniatures because of the information and craft ability I could show within using metalsmithing and limited scale. Along with that, at the time I was kind of introduced to the trend of people kind of learning about their genealogy. I've heard many stories from those of mostly European descent about how their older generations made their move to the United States from their origin countries. These stories are passed down from generation to generation and can be tracked down through genealogy records. The stories of Hispanic immigrants are not as straightforward and in many ways may not be recorded at all. I'm shedding light on the journey of these immigrants, examining how they became legal residents of the United States or how they still live lives of undocumented immigrants to this day. These are the immigrant stories that I grew up with. I depicted these narratives through metalsmithing to give a glimpse into the journey of Mexican immigrants and Hispanic immigrants today. Though they may differ from traditional stories of European immigration, the common ground that they share is immigrating to the United States with the hope of creating a better life for themselves and their families. I wanted this work to reflect my personal growth. That is why it was important to me to create technically challenging pieces using traditional metalsmithing techniques. I also wanted to be realistic about what I could make, taking a few artistic liberties to make the narratives make sense within the art piece, while also taking the consideration what I could do with the material using more traditional coppersmithing, metalsmithing techniques to reflect the Mexican Catholic vessels I was making earlier, and obviously the Mexican Catholic culture in general. So a lot of these, stories are just, I'm having these images that reference two, but they all reference a person and a story. And obviously, like, those are long stories, but like, talking about a person that came over here as a child over on a raft over the Rio Grande, and talking to other people with the piece earlier called Viaje, that, a person that was, found a dead body on the border and they buried it just because they felt like it was the right thing to do. It's like those little stories of like this journey that always really intrigued me. So moving on to this next series, I started to think about the new generation of immigrants coming to the United States. There are many more immigrants coming from Central America and more entire families coming to the United States to seek asylum. With this, I started to see the imagery time and time again in the news of children standing behind chain link fences, and the fact that so many children were being separated from their parents and their family members. I started to think of the chain link fence and how the galvanized chain link fence resembled the material I work with every day in my studio practice. I started to think about how I could make a new body of work that reinforced and referenced my previous work. So this body of work started to reflect more of my illustrative and two-dimensional background and how I could put the work on the wall. I started to think about metals artists that put their work on the wall, and how those objects have a different meaning or have a completely different viewpoint as two-dimensional forms. I also thought about artists like Jaden Moore and Stacy Lee Weber, and how they hung up pieces on the wall. I also thought about artists like Carol Walker and the way she uses the human silhouette. Walker obviously uses cutout paper silhouettes to reference aspects of the African-American community and rooted in Southern tradition. I've had a few opportunities to see her work, and I've always been really enticed with it and really intrigued with it, and always felt like it was really gravitating to see. So I wanted to create work that could maybe have the visual impact and social justice impact that her pieces had. So within this body of work, you can see that I continue to do the brass silhouettes that I did with my previous body of work, which I felt makes the silhouettes mostly children racially ambiguous. I felt that that makes the images more powerful because instead of thinking of these children as Hispanic, undocumented immigrants, the viewer just thinks of them as kids, not Hispanic or white or Black or any other race. They just think of them as kids in a situation that most of us couldn't really fathom being in. And that is my presentation.
Thank you so much, Guadalupe. What an amazing breadth of work and just such compelling content and metalsmithing. Honestly, I'm so, what an amazing share. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on to our final presenter. I see we have a couple of questions from the audience. If you do have questions, drop them in the Q&A, either in Zoom or in Hopin, and I'll throw them up to the artists. Our next presenter is MJ Tyson, who is an artist based in New Jersey, whose work is centered on the relationship between people and their possessions. She holds a BFA and MFA in jewelry and metalsmithing from Rhode Island School of Design, and has been an artist in residence at the studios at Mass MoCA, Vermont Studio Center, and the Worm Farm Institute. Wow, that's tough. MJ is the winner of the 2020 Art Jewelry Forum Young Artist Award, and recent exhibitions include Inheritance at Sienna Patty and 45 Stories in Jewelry at the Mad Museum. Welcome, MJ.
Thank you. Hi. Let me share my screen. Okay. Thank you, Alex, and everybody else. Like everyone, I'm really excited to be back this year, especially with exactly the same group. So I wanted to share a biography of my process. Like many of us, I imagine, what I love most about the idea of being a jeweler is the role. It's the chance to be a part of something significant while also being slightly removed from it. I think of it kind of like being the DJ at a party. Like many jewelers, When given the chance to design, I always imagine these sentimental scenarios, like how the things I would make would carry connections and memories for other people. I wanted to research what made jewelry so powerful. So in 2015, I began collecting answers to this prompt. Do you remember a story about someone's jewelry or jewelry of legend in your family? The piece does not have to be extraordinary. It can be everyday jewelry. Would you please describe it for me? And can you think of where it might be now? If anyone has an answer to that, you can still find this prompt on my website. But what I found through this research is that I really had a romantic sort of fantasy of jewelry, and that only loosely corresponded to the ways that people really behaved. The sentimental projection that I could design my way into people's personal lives didn't play out. Often the objects that hold the most significance for people are simple and seemingly random. It's not the jeweler's decisions, but the lives of the objects that matter the most. So I turned again to observation. I wanted to see how people really lived through their possessions. And in doing this, I widened my lens. And this widened my definition of jewelry, which now includes all kinds of objects that collect around a life. I call these personal objects, and everything that I do now uses these objects as material. My grandparents were great collectors of stuff, and as they passed, they left big heaps of material. These objects feel like extensions of them, but also often like total junk. And I think the experience and burden of having their weighted things around me influenced the way that I understand this material. Of course, they and I are not alone. Most of us are accumulators and collectors, and this behavior seeps into our values. It's connected to an impulse for preservation that includes anti-aging, embalming, material conservation, and these things turn away from the power of transformation. I've been inspired by writing from Caitlin DeSilby, who's a cultural geographer who works in conservation. She looks at objects and human-built environments as they decay and slide from one form to another. She argues for the inclusion of transitional states in displays of history and says in her book, Curated Decay, the disarticulation of the object may lead to the articulation of other histories and other geographies. An approach that understands the artifact as a process rather than as a stable entity with a durable physical form is perhaps able to address some of the more ambiguous aspects of material presence and disappearance. She notes that we often speak about objects like they're under constant threat and like it's necessary work to defend and preserve them. She suggests, what happens if we choose not to intervene? Can we uncouple the work of memory from the burden of material stasis? She asks, what possibilities emerge when change is embraced rather than resisted? And so I'd like to ask, what possibilities emerge when we can take change into our own hands? My experience as a jeweler has led me to understand that what's true for metal is also true for us. Matter is neither lost nor gained. We and all of our belongings and environments are made of the same cycling stuff. Your bones become dirt if you let them. And your fillings can become a wedding ring if you let them. Your body and possessions have their own lives. The jeweler knows about the messy stages of transformation that happen behind the scenes, about the destruction and melting and reforming that go into creating something new. I try to take this philosophy drawn from materials and apply it to my broader thinking. From this, I've developed rules for myself and the things that I make. First, there's a process of collection, of scooping things up and sorting through everyday objects. Increasingly, I think that time is important in this step, that it's good to let objects live for a little bit in a box to sort of forget where they came from. Second, there needs to be some sacrifice. We can't move forward without giving up the past. So I'm strict about transformation. Everything I work on must be unable to return to its previous state. Here, I'm embracing destruction and loss, even of things that I love, and even of things that I might want to remember. I truly believe this is the path to making something new. And third, I need a solution for making without making more. I don't want to contribute to the proliferation of stuff. My solution to this is consolidation. Each piece must include many objects coming together. So I want to share a few bodies of work. This series is called Homes, and it's a collection of vessels that are each made from the contents of one home and named for its address. So this is 93 Crestwood Road. And this is 52 Underwood Street. Together, I see these like a city or a community that's growing and dying at the same time. They have their own lives. And alone, I see them as memorials and evidence of the people and places that brought the original objects together. But I also see them as household objects themselves that are ready to return to life on a shelf. I learn a lot through this series about harnessing destruction and capturing transitional states. I want to bring what I've learned here back to the more specific world of jewelry. Making homes allowed me to explore many people's possessions. Over and over, I noticed that a certain language of packaging indicated that something was meant to be kept. I decided to use this in my next series, Inheritance. Inheritance deals with the life of jewelry off of the body. Many of the jewelry stories that I collected described a box within a box within a drawer. Some of the most significant jewelry described wasn't ever worn or publicly displayed, but tucked away in the home and in the mind and brought out to conjure a story. The most powerful thing happened as a result of this series when people began to ask me to work with their possessions. I had imagined transforming left behind collections, allowing the future to be free of the burden of the past. But in this, other people saw the chance to free themselves right in the middle of their lives, to collect their own personal objects and participate through their choice in the conscious destruction of the past and creation of something new. I have such hopes for this way of thinking. If we can choose to end some of what we've inherited, we're breaking from this mindset of preservation. We're embracing destruction as a way of building a new world. I know that we each have things we'd like to change, but feel powerless in the face of. This work has taught me to start with my own life, and I'd encourage everybody to do the same. I would peek into your own hidden boxes and pull out what's been given to you and any of it that feels like a burden and destroy it so that you can leave behind something that's like your own fresh vision of the world instead of an inherited one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, MJ. And thank you to all of you for sharing such moving, emotive, and innovative presentations and interpretations of your work. We have a couple of audience questions and we do have a little bit of time. So I'm gonna throw up some questions for you all. The first one is for De'Ara. Compliments first, what a great muse you are for your work. This is from Karen Smith. And the question is, what else influences your work, if anything?
All right. So for me, I guess what else influenced my work? I wouldn't say that I'm not, I guess, influenced by, anything else. I really take to heart a lot of the experiences that I've been through. And I also think about, what's currently going on within the world. And anytime I feel something, it kind of gives me the urge to like really want to, put like a mark down or a stamp down on something. So like the ceramic pieces that I did, if I'm feeling something, I'll go back in to, make a repetitive mark. So it just has to be a feeling for me. It has to just be a feeling. That's what I'm influenced by, a feeling.
I love that. I actually opened that question up to everyone. If you have something else you want to share about other influences on your work outside of what you shared in your presentations, anyone would like to elaborate?
You said this is for everyone?
Yeah, if anyone
okay.
wants to build on that and kind of respond to that question as well.
I guess also I guess for me, like I'm also inspired by like a lot of artists who like deal with like issues of like identity. I'm also inspired by an artist whose name is Janet Cardiff, who does a lot of sound installations because her work is all about the experience. And I love, creating work that is about the, personal experience. I also resonate with Sonia Clark's work, a lot of her installation and, just the experience itself when viewing her work.
Yeah, great. I love Janet Cardiff too. Okay, another audience question for Guadalupe. So much movement in the work through migration, spirit work, and more. Do you find this theme repeating as you continue to examine the role that race and ethnicity play in your work?
Of course, yeah, I think I do. I mean, obviously in today's society, things I think are getting better, but obviously race is always going to be an issue for the foreseeable future. But I try to think of my work as something to kind of connect the viewer to kind of see through others' perspectives. And that's something I've always tried to be good at. I mean, I'm obviously Hispanic, but I like to think that I'm open-minded enough to, see at least, maybe not relate, but be able to see the eyes of, a white person or an African-American person or, somebody else to really, try to think about how I want my work to be seen and how they want their work to be seen. And also like Dario said, thinking of other artists that you really reference that also do work that's, heavily cultural or identity based, like Sonia Clark and Roberto Lugo and the De La Torre brothers who are glassblowers, but thinking about like those kind of artists and how they think of race and culture and their upbringing and how they kind of bring it to the forefront of their arts is something that I obviously am trying to do as well.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting, this kind of thread of storytelling and how important that is to each of your work, not just the influence that it has over your practice, but in terms of how you communicate what you're working on and how that is embedded. I think MJ, you said like kind of conjuring a story. You were referencing these pieces that are typically, have been talked about more than they've been worn or interacted with. But I think that that statement really spoke to me, this idea of conjuring a story and the different ways in which that you're each doing that through process, through investigation, through reinterpretation, and through ultimately the kind of presentation of all of your work. And it's very interesting to see that kind of be the forefront in parallel and kind of alongside like the physical practice that you all embody. I want to just open it up for if anyone has any last thoughts that they want to share. Otherwise, we can move things on. And I do want to thank you all so much for presenting and sharing your work here today. We're very excited We're very excited that you were able to share with us, and I'm personally excited to have learned about some of your work that I was not already familiar with. Okay, all silent. Then we will move into our break actually now. Our next main stage program is happening at 5:30, so you have a little bit of a breather. However, reminder that the educational meet and greet is live now. So please head on over to the Hop-In Expo, where you can explore the educational booths and chat with those folks until 6 p.m. So you've got a little extra time. And then over here on the main stage, I'm going to be rolling the student exhibition slideshow at 5:15. And then we're back here at 5:30 for hydraulic farming tools presented by our sponsor, Rio Grande. So thanks to our emerging artist presenters. It's been so exciting to hear from you all, and we will be back very soon.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that amazing slideshow that was playing on the main stage during our break. Up next, we have hydraulic forming tools on our main stage, which is about to start, and I'm going to introduce our speakers momentarily. And then at 6 p.m. over in Hop-In Sessions, we have the In Conversation educators, students, and studio artists. So for folks who are joining that, heads up that that starts at 6 p.m. But now for our main stage program, which is hydraulic forming tools. And I want to thank our title sponsor, Rio Grande, for presenting this program and making the conference possible. I'm going to turn it over now to our speakers, John Sutton and Scott Bradford. And they are going to talk to us about adding dimension to your designs with fluid curves and dome shapes, featuring the new Bonnie Doon True Shape silhouette dies sponsored by Rio Grande. Welcome, John and Scott. Oh, I can't hear you, John. You're just going to have to, oh yeah, there we go.
All right, thanks. Thank you. All right, I was waiting for a signal. So I'm John Sarton with Rio Grande, and I'm going to be showing you a few different ways of using the hydraulic press to do your forming. I have Scott Bradford, one of my teammates, that is also on this chat, and he's going to be actually monitoring your questions. The way I'm going to do this is I'm going to be showing 4 videos, and in between each video, I'm going to break for questions. And then after those 4 videos, I'm going to show you a quick demonstration on deep draw. So the first video that I want to show you is how to create an anti-clastic bracelet like this. So with this video, you're going to be able to see that the time savings that you can get from forming in this manner is a lot greater than actually doing it by hand. So we'll just go ahead and run that video, and then after that we'll break for some questions. So go ahead and run, John.
So we're going to go ahead and use our Bonnie Doon pattern plate to go ahead and texture this piece of red brass for making a bracelet. First off, I'm going to do a dead pass to measure my metal, 33 thousandths, and I'm going to add 12 more thousandths on here. And so this is essentially going to squeeze my metal down into the pattern plate and give it a good texture. Make sure I get it nice and centered. So now that I have my metal nicely patterned, I'm going to go ahead and use this blanking die to cut out a nice bracelet blank. I like to put my metal in face down, that way the texture isn't damaged at all. And then I can kind of see what it looks like through this window. I do want to make sure that I don't cut my metal from these holes past. Just keep it up nice and close to the edge here. This goes in at a 45 so that I get full contact, and we're going to go ahead and cut it out. And just like that, I have this nice bracelet blank all ready for forming. So I cleaned up the edges on my bracelet blank, and now we're going to be using our large anti-classic bracelet formers to form this bracelet. So I'm forming into polyurethane here, and the beauty of the polyurethane is that it doesn't mar the metal at all. Leaves it really nice and clean and gives you a good seamless shape. Okay, so now I'm done with the first part of the forming, And I'm going to go ahead and pop this big die off and switch to the smaller bracelet former to go ahead and bring this around and to create a nice oval. So for forming this now with the smaller die, I'm just going to form these two ends and bring that together into a nice oval shape. So I like to do a little on one side and then go to the other side and work back and forth. All right, I'm almost there to the finished shape. Just going to refine it and get the size a little bit tighter. All right, and there you go.
Hey, so that was a quick video. It was really only about, what, 4 minutes long, I think, on how to form an anti-classic bracelet from sheet, textured. And really, it was sped up just a little bit, but really from start to finish on that bracelet was right about 12 to 15 minutes. And that's what is really neat about forming with a hydraulic press, is that you can have a finished piece. All that piece really needs to do is just to be polished up, and it's ready to go. So, so do we have any questions by chance? Scott?
Not at the moment. I think we're good to keep going.
There actually was one question. Sorry, just someone, Glenn was asking what type of steel is used for the dies and silhouette cutter.
Oh, for the pattern or the blanking die itself? Yeah, so that's tool steel. So that's a hardened tool steel, and the blanking dies are there's a special way. I don't know. I really don't want to go too far into how to create blanking dies, but it is from tool steel, and we also have a supplier that if you get a hold of me and you want some dies made, they can make them for you.
Awesome. I think that was the only question for now.
Okay, perfect. All right, thanks. So let's go to another way of forming. And if anybody knows that's ever formed a bracelet out of thick material, this material right here is, it's in the shot, okay, is about 1/4 inch. And you know that getting these really tight radiuses right here is really difficult whenever you're using a hammer on a mandrel. And so the next video is going to show you how to use the bending bars to achieve this kind of a radius. Now, I want you to know that the bracelet that was formed in that video was actually formed. It was actually milled first, and then it was formed, and there was absolutely no annealing between milling it and forming it. So we'll go ahead and roll that video now.
This is a kit with 3 different sizes available in a 1 inch or 25 millimeter, 1 1/4 inch diameter or 32 millimeter, and 1 1/2 inch or 38 millimeter. Now, why and when would we use these forming bars? So for forming this bracelet, I'm going to switch to this 1 1/4 inch diameter forming bar instead of the 1 3/4 inch bracelet former. And this bar is going to help me to get a tighter radius in my bracelet here. So you can see here on the bracelet, on this right side that I formed with the original bracelet former, it still doesn't have a nice radius to it and doesn't quite have the shape I want to fit a cuff. On the left side here, I used this 1-inch former to get a nice tight radius to it. On thick metals and really tough metals, like titanium, stainless steel, hard brass, you get spring back. And that is why we have to use some of these smaller diameter formers to get the correct radius for our bracelet. Sometimes the red urethane is not hard enough to bend the really thick or tough metal that we're working with. In that case, we're going to use this brown urethane or 115 urethane in order to give more strength to our forming. So when I'm forming these thick and tough bracelets, I really like these formers because I can use the 3 different sizes to get a progressive curve to create a nice, good-looking oval on my bracelet. For example, I'm going to use the 1-inch closer here to the end, the 1.25 inches right here, and then the 1.5 inches further down. That's going to give me a nice smooth curve and a beautiful oval. So one thing that you'll notice when working with this brown urethane is that it does not rebound as fast as the red urethane. If you give this time, it will eventually rebound to its normal shape. If you'd like to accelerate this rebound, you can place it in a vessel of hot water. Do not boil it and do not use other heat sources. So you can see here, the beauty of forming with polyurethane is that we can work with delicate and complex shapes as this, forming a thick bracelet, yet not marring or deforming our pattern. So in summary, our forming bar set is a great tool for forming smaller bends, smaller radii. It's ideal for making small bracelets and for working with hard to bend metals. For more information, see riogrande.com. Thanks for watching.
So that was forming with the bending bars. And you can see like, and by the way, I wanted to do a shout out to Peter Gilroy, that was actually the person that was in those videos that was doing the forming. You can see that the bending bars will really help if you're really into making really thick, chunky bracelets. So yeah. Bending bars are pretty cool. So those are 2 ways of hydraulic forming that can really increase productivity in your studio. And this is something that that you can definitely think about as you progress. So the next way, or the next ways of forming, we're going to kind of change things up a little bit. And I'm going to show you a couple ways of doing silhouette dies. So the first one is actually using the True Shape silhouette dies. This is the newest product by Bonnie Doon. And the True Shape silhouette dies are compatible with the Swanstrom disc cutters. So it's going to really reduce time. If you've ever worked with silhouette dies, you know that most of the time you're spending is actually cutting your shape out. And this is really a major time saver for these shapes. I think we have, do we have any questions for the bending bars?
Yes, we do. We got a few questions coming in. So first one is from Patricia. Why is it safe to form without annealing? Is it to retain the spring?
Yes. Yeah. So the material starts out dead soft, and then as it's formed, it obviously work hardens. So in the case of the first video where did the anti-clastic bracelet, the work hardening took place whenever the metal was textured. And then after that, it was cut out and it was formed. So once you're done forming, you have a work hardened piece that's going to be structurally sound for sale, basically.
Perfect. So next one is from Joyce. How do you know how far to go with the press, especially if you don't have an electric press?
So for forming, it's really it's going to be either way, whether it's electric press or a manual press. So for forming bracelets like this, it's really not a pressure thing. You're not going to be watching a pressure gauge. You're really looking at the forming of the metal itself. And you will just take it to where you need to take it to. Typically, you're not going to use any more than about half the thickness of your urethane. Going beyond that, you are putting too much pressure on your urethane. And that going that half the thickness is more than enough power to form most metals.
Okay, and it looks like we've got one more. Can any of these techniques be used on a regular hydraulic press? I'm assuming manual hydraulic press.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The only difference between an electric press and a manual press is how fast you can do it. You can certainly do all of these techniques with a manual press.
Okay, I think we're good. We had a similar question. Does the hydraulic press stop at a certain point, or is there a setting on the press that one is to set first? But
no, it's all going to be by sight and how the metal is actually forming. So with the dies, if you're looking at a bracelet die like this, you can only form so much. So the metal is not going to go beyond this form. So as soon as that metal is formed, then you're done.
and it looks like we had one more come in, just a quick one. Are all the attachments magnetic?
So with the Bonnie Doon attachments, the dies themselves are magnetic, but the column assembly that holds the dies is actually bolted to the top of the press.
Okay, I think that's everything. I will leave it to you to continue.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So so let's go ahead and run the True Shape Silhouette Die video, and then again we'll go ahead and stop and take more questions. So I'm sure we're all familiar with round disc cutters. Here are some shaped disc cutters. These are the Swanstrom disc cutters. They come in multiple shapes, and these are really great for creating discs. Now, if you want to create volume with this disc after shaping it, that can kind of pose a little bit of a problem, especially if you have any type of design or texture on the surface of the disc. Doming this can actually lead to damaging your design. So Bonnie Doon created silhouette dies. These are called the True Shape Silhouette dies that match up to the Swanstrom disc cutters. So you can actually puff your form and then go right into your disc cutter and cut it out and have really nice, clean, smooth edges. And here I'm going to show you how to use these together. So I'm going to use the Bonnie Doon Silhouette Die Container Kit with the 80 durometer urethane. I went ahead and textured a piece of metal here, and it's pretty easy. It's going to load in the die, and this is set up that you can actually fit 20 gauge thick material between the die itself and the container. So you can slide that in. If you're using thicker material, you can always just cut the material to a size that will drop into your container. But I'm doing it the easy way for this video. I'm going to make sure that my die is lined up properly. Lock the die down. Then make sure that I align my sheet in there. One cool thing about this is you can look through the back. So if you have a specific portion of your texture that you are wanting to center, you can actually look back here and you can kind of center that into your die. Okay. And then pop in 60 durometer urethane and then the pusher. And now I'm going to go to the press. Okay, as with anything that you're going to be pressing in a press, you always want to make sure that it is centered on your platen. You never want it off to the side or off to the front. You want it always centered. This is for safety, and also this is where you're going to get the most power, is through the center of the press. I'm going to take this up to 2000 psi. And there's our shape. I could probably go a little bit more, or I could go a little bit less. It depends. So this was 2000 psi. I could go 1000 psi. It would be a little bit shallower. I could go to 3 or maybe even 4000 psi. The higher pressures, there is more of a chance that you will blow out your form, but that's something that you will have to play with to get the volume you want out of this specific type of silhouette die. You can always go back and anneal it and get a little bit more volume out of it, but it's only going to get as much volume as this die is going to let you have before you start to bottom out. So let's go ahead and take this and grab the disc cutter. I can go ahead and load the sheet into the disc cutter. Make sure it is set in. It will lock in whenever you get it right. I'm going to use a spacer. These are the Bonnie Doon spacers, a set that are designed to be used with disc cutters. You always want to make sure that you are going to even out your disc cutter, because if you just put it on one side and you tighten this down, then your disc cutter is actually at an angle. If you see, the top plate and the bottom plate are not aligned properly. And what this does whenever that happens is this top side of the top plate and the bottom plate are not aligned, so the punch doesn't go down perfectly square. And one thing that'll do is that will cause problems with cutting the shape itself. But another thing is you're going to be running a hardened steel die against a hardened steel die set. I mean, a hardened steel punch against a hardened steel die set, and you will dull your punches quicker. So always even it out. So whenever I put a piece that is even thickness, now my dies are nice and even. And I'm going to go into my press. As with everything, make sure that what you are pressing is centered in your platens. And now I'm going to go ahead and press. And you have to be really careful because this is a domed shape. So as soon as you cut through, you need to stop pressing. If you press any further, it's a good possibility that you're going to flatten your shape out. Now you will have to tap with a brass mallet. And there's the dome shape. Quick and easy. And that's how you use the Bonnie Doon True Shape Silhouette dies with the Swanstrom disc cutter. I hope you enjoyed this quick demo. And if you have any questions, we're going back live, so we'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Okay, so that is the True Shape dies by Bonnie Doon. And like I began with the, before this started, you can see that this process right here saves you a ton of time. we do have shapes that are they're designed for each one of the Swanstrom disc cutters. So the heart, the rectangle, the square, so on and so forth. And you can see that that saves a bunch of time. So now, do we have any questions?
Yes, we do. We have a couple, actually. One was actually from the last video. Are the magnets in the dies or the two round shafts on the bracelet formers?
They are in the column assembly. Yeah, they're on the end of the posts.
All right. And next one is also from Glenn. Are the spacers in the punching video aluminum or steel?
They're aluminum. Yep, those spacers are aluminum.
Perfect. Let's see, we've got another one from Patricia. Are there other shapes?
With the true shape itself. So for all of the Swanstrom disc cutters, so if you look on our site for the Swanstrom disc cutters, we have a true shape die for all of those, with the exception of the large oval. And I don't know if Bonnie Doon is working on that right now or not, but that's what we currently have. So there are other ways of doing this as well. So and that's by utilizing, well, that kind of leads us to the next video here. So do we have any other questions about this video?
No, I think we're good. So proceed.
Okay. All right, perfect. Okay. All right. So yeah, there are a limited number of silhouette dies for the Swanstrom disc cutter, but there are other shapes, silhouette dies from Bonnie Doon Tooling. And you can also take cast acrylic and you can make your own silhouette die, which is actually the next video that I'm going to show you here. In this video, I am going to create a silhouette die and kind of discuss a little bit about the process. So let's go ahead and roll that. So I went ahead and I laid out my shape on my cast acrylic, and now I'm going to go ahead and drill a hole so that then I can thread my saw blade in. This is cast acrylic. This is not like metal, so it's a little bit different as far as drilling this. If you go too fast of drill speed and you go too slow of actually allowing the drill bit to feed into the material, it can heat up and it will capture your drill bit. So there is a little fine line there. So I'm going to go on the inside of my shape and I'm going to drill the hole. Okay, so my hole is drilled and now I'm going to cut it out. So what I'm using is I'm going to use what's called a skip tooth blade. And these blades are used a lot in woodworking and they work really great with the cast acrylic. This is a number 5 skip tooth blade. So I'm going to go ahead and load that into my saw frame. And just like anything else, I'm going to start cutting this out. So one thing you need to make sure is that you are not going to go too fast up and down with the saw blade, because that will cause friction, and friction will melt the cast acrylic and it can lock your saw blade into the cast acrylic. So a nice even stroke, and you want to continue to make forward progress, because if you stay too long in one spot, then you are going to actually heat that spot up and cause the cast acrylic to grab a hold of your saw blade. And you can actually feel the cast acrylic as it starts to heat up and wants to grab a hold of your saw blade. So then you can go ahead and alter whatever you need to alter with your sawing stroke. So I've got my shape cut out. I went ahead and I cut my corners closely. And now all I need to do is go ahead and file down to the line. Now, if you're wanting to use this to make a double-sided form, so two halves that you can then take and solder together, you need to make sure that your cut is as square as you can possibly get it. Because what you'll do is you will press one form through one side of the die, and then you'll flip the die over, press another form through the other side of the die, and then they will mate up. If they are not completely and totally square, then they will not mate up. So for filing, what I like to do is I actually like to use a broken burr. I'll drill a hole in my bench pin, and what this does is it actually gives me a purchase so that whenever I am filing, I don't have to worry about the piece moving away from me. So if I'm out here, I'm having to really make sure that this piece is not moving away from me. If you do this, you have a nice dead stop, and your filing will be a lot quicker and a lot easier for you. So what I'm using here is I'm using a number 2 file. You can use the same files that you use for metal on this, but I'm going to show you another way of doing this that is going to be a little bit quicker. This is the Kate Wolf wax trimmer, and it works with number 30 handpiece from your flex shaft, and it fits into your GRS Benchmate. So the handpiece goes up underneath. This slides over the handpiece, and then it drops into your Benchmate where you can lock it into place. And what this does is it effectively makes a router table. And trimming down to your line this way will pretty much guarantee you having completely square sides, and also makes a lot quicker work than by hand. So with this, you're going to get your motor up. Now the rotation of the burr is counterclockwise. And what you want to do is you want to work your piece against the rotation of that burr. And this is going to give you the best control. You need to take your time, especially whenever you're just starting to get the feel for it, because you can cut down really, really quick. Now, going with the rotation, it's not going to be as accurate, and it's not as easy to control, because what it wants to do is it wants to pull your piece instead of cut into it. Now I have a finished silhouette die. I'm going to peel the paper off of this, and then I'm going to do a test pressing. Okay, so the first test press I'm going to show you is I'm just going to use the die itself, a piece of brass that I annealed, and I'm just going to use urethane. This is a 60 durometer urethane. I want to make sure that everything is centered this way and this way. And we're going to give it a quick press. Okay, so you see right here, we have used about half of the thickness of that urethane in this pressing. And it was right about 2000 PSI is where I stopped. I don't want to use any more than half of my urethane, because if I do, my urethane is going to start ripping on me. It's going to really limit the life of your urethane. And you also see that the urethane has really expanded horizontally here. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this pressing and see what we have. And there's our shape. So now we're going to do this in the 3-inch form box. Okay, so let's quickly talk about what the 3-inch form box is. So it is a solid steel box, comes with a pusher, 60 durometer urethane, and 2 Kevlar sheets. What the 3-inch form box does is it actually contains your urethane, so you don't get any of the horizontal spread. You saw that the urethane in the previous pressing spreaded horizontally, and in doing that, you lose a lot of the power of your urethane. So since it's going to be really difficult to position the metal correctly centered on the die whenever it's in the box, what I like to do is I just take a little piece of painter's tape. I'll set my metal on the die, look at it from the back side, even it up, and then just tape it into place. Now, I don't recommend using cellophane tape because under pressure, cellophane tape becomes really, really messy. So just a little bit of painter's tape will do just fine. Now that goes into the box first. Then I'm going to take a piece of my 60 durometer urethane and drop it into the box. I have my metal sandwiched between my die and my urethane. Then I'm going to take one of the Kevlar plates. I'm going to drop that into the box. And then I'm going to fill this space with a few of old dies, or you can utilize some new cast acrylic blanks if you want to fill up the space. But I just go ahead and use some of my old dies. And then I'm going to put another Kevlar plate on top of those. And then I'm going to put my pusher in. Now let's go ahead and give it a press. So again, you want to center what you're pressing in the center of the press. And I'm going to go ahead and take this to 2000 PSI, the same amount that I gave the previous pressing. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what we have here. Okay, that is our pressing at 2000 PSI. And we can compare it to the first pressing we did without the urethane being contained in a box. And they are pretty similar. The thing with uncontained urethane, though, is you're limited to a certain pressure. And beyond 2,000 pounds, you're going to start destroying your urethane. And whenever your urethane is contained, you can get a lot more volume out of your piece. So remember, this was 2,000. This was 3,000 PSI. So you can see that there is a little more volume. Here is 6,000 PSI. And here, the volume has become so high that it's actually higher than my die, and it was starting to touch the bottom of the box. So what I did is I made a second die, stack them up, and now I can get increasingly more volume. So 6,000, there's 8,000, and this is 10,000 PSI. There's a lot of really good information that we can derive from these test pressings. As you gain volume, you can see that the sides of the metal start to draw in. And these are definitely more pronounced with the higher volumes. And this information is really, really critical whenever you're dealing with precious metals. You don't want to generate any more scrap than you can whenever you're working with precious metals. And this is the beauty of hydraulic forming, because if you keep all of the variables the same, you're working with the same material, in the same gauge, at the same work hardness, then you will consistently get these volumes at the specific pressures. And knowing all this information, you can actually cut the size of metal that you need for your specific volume. And this will definitely reduce waste. So besides the ability of hydraulic forming to be able to quickly and accurately repeat a shape with consistent volume, you can also create those shapes from textured material. So this sheet was textured, it was formed, and now I have a piece with an undisturbed texture. A couple last things that I'd like to share with you before we go. And One of them is how to extend the life of your silhouette dies. And that is by creating a faceplate. Create the faceplate from 14 or 16 gauge material, and it will definitely extend the life of your dies, and it'll give you crisper edges around your forms. The other thing I'd like to share with you is what we call walls. And what that is I've created a silhouette die here. I've set the silhouette die on a piece of metal, and I've laid out my radiating lines. And then I've soldered little pieces of sheet into those locations and then formed them using some abrasive wheels. And what this allows me to do is this allows me to form these in one pressing. So you can see that there is a lot of things that can be done with silhouette die forming, and we have just really only scratched the surface. I hope you found this information interesting, and if you have any questions, we're going back live and you can ask us questions then, or if you think of questions after this webinar is over, just go ahead and give us a call and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Okay, and that was creating a silhouette die. Do we have any questions?
Yes, we do. So Joan Hammond is asking, did you anneal the metal in between pressings to get the deeply formed shape at 10,000 PSI, or was that done in one pressing?
Yeah, you will have to anneal. You could go up to about 6,000 PSI and then go ahead and anneal, go to 8,000 and then to 10,000. It should only take, it really depends on the material you're working with. Copper, for instance, copper work hardens really quickly, so copper might require 2 annealings. Brass and sterling, something like that shape, just 1 annealing is all you would need after the initial annealing. So form it to, like I say, take it up to about 4,000 PSI, see where it's at, and then you can go on up. Okay.
Cool. So the next one is from Terry. What is the thickness of the acrylic?
It's a 1/4 inch thick. So the reason that I use a 1/4 inch thick acrylic is because it's thick enough to withstand the pressure, but it's not so thick that it becomes a problem cutting through. The thicker the material, it becomes more difficult to cut through a nice straight line. And that's why I go with the 1/4 inch. And then if I need more height to get more volume out of my piece, I'll just make multiple dies.
Let's see, another one from Joan. What's the purpose of the Kevlar plates?
So the Kevlar plates are really there for safety. It's cast acrylic. If it's under those kind of pressures, whenever I'm taking it up to 5,000 or 10,000 PSI, under those kind of pressures, if they fail, they shatter like glass. So being contained in that box is one of the safety things. And then the Kevlar plates are other safety precautions.
Perfect. So had another question from Joyce. Can you go back over how you did the shell form?
So which shell form are you talking about? As far as you mean the shell, the clamshell form?
Right.
So basically what I did with the clamshell form is I created a shell design or a silhouette of the shell. And then I used thick brass, 18 gauge brass or 16 gauge brass as a base plate. I set the die on top of the base plate and I drew out my radiating lines. And then I used 18 gauge sheet, cut it into strips and soldered those strips into place where I want those radiating lines. And then I just used abrasive wheels and I carved the strips so that they were higher, so that they would look like a U. They would be higher on the outer edges of the form and shallower on the deeper area of the form. Because whenever you press your metal into that form, it's going to naturally make kind of a rounded shape. And that's how I created that die.
Cool. A few other quick ones. With the protective faceplate, do you attach it to the die? Do you use glue?
You can. You certainly can. I actually, on a lot of my dies, what I'll actually do is I will drill a hole in a couple of sides and put rivets. Just do some blind rivets, and then I don't have to worry about my plate shifting on me at all, and I don't have to worry about losing it either. So, but you can certainly use double stick tape to tape them into place. Absolutely.
Okay, and last one. If you were using laser cut dies, could you go for a thicker acrylic from the get-go?
Well, you could. It just depends on what your laser will cut. I've never tried doing that with a laser cutter. I don't know what the thickness is. I would imagine that the thicker the die, the more heat buildup, and you probably wouldn't get as clean a cut. But again, I haven't tried that.
And actually, one last one from Jack De Silva about do we need to be careful about plastic fumes or dust?
Yeah, Jack, we definitely. I always recommend anytime that you are grinding anything, you really need to wear the correct PPE. And that would be a dust mask rated for whatever you are grinding, as well as safety glasses. Absolutely.
Cool. That's everything. Oh, and your broken burr trick was very popular. I'll probably be using that myself, by the way. But yeah, we are good. So I will.
Okay. Well, I wanted to show you really quick just one thing, how I use silhouette dies. And this is a necklace. This is how I utilize making the acrylic dies. And a really cool thing about silhouette die forming using urethane is as powerful as a press is, it is a gentle forming. So this material can actually be, I reticulated the material and then I formed it. So, yeah, it's really a great way of expanding design possibilities and speeding things up as well. Okay, so I'm going to go on to the live presentation here. I'm going to utilize, I'm going to take a disc like this, and I'm going to turn it into a shape like this in just a few minutes. So anyone that does angle raising knows how difficult it is to get a form into this shape and what kind of time it's going to take. And using deep draw, this shape is actually has a even wall thickness throughout the entire shape. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and set up. I've got my die set already set up. And I went ahead and annealed a disc, and then I went ahead and mounted the disc in the die set. This is about what takes the most time because you need to make sure that your disc is centered in the die set. And I went ahead and tightened the bolts. We do have some other videos on deep draw that shows more of the process, but we're just going to take it from here. And I'm going to do use a hemispherical punch. And in order to use my hemispherical punch, I need an alignment tool because my hemispherical punch will not align itself. Okay. Use the alignment tool, pull this off of here. I knew I was forgetting something. Now we need some place for the form to go. So I'm going to use a standoff. Get my safety glasses here. And I'm going to set my standoff into the center of the press. I'm going to take a small piece of urethane and put it right in the center of my standoff, because as the form falls through, I don't want it to flatten the bottom of the form. Oh. And then, as with anything in hydraulic forming, you always want to work in the center of your press. Okay, we're ready to go. So again, this is a 6-inch disc, and I'm going to form. So it's pretty amazing that it's not really going to require a whole lot of pressure to form this shape. It's right now the pressure gauge is nearing about 3,000 psi, staying fairly steady. I'll need to let this down and pull my standoff, or I mean my alignment tool out. And as the metal goes through the die, you can actually see these plates come together if we get a close enough shot. It just came through, plates came together. And now the pressure is decreased to a little, right about 1,000 psi, 500. And there we go. And right there is your form. So within just a few seconds, took a round disc and turned it into a form. There we go. Now with this, this takes a lot of time, like I say, to hand form. So the time that you're spending on forming this to this shape can actually be better spent in going ahead and finishing out your raising and then adding your embellishments. And that right there is a deep draw. So do we have any questions?
Let's see, not at the moment. I think you just blew everyone's mind.
Okay, all right. Well, if you have any questions, you can always contact us and ask those questions. So you can really see where hydraulic forming can help in a lot of ways. One of the one of the greatest ways is actually in your production. And, you know, hydraulic forming is a process which was really designed for that. Many, many years ago, prior to the invent of more better casting processes, a lot of the jewelry, a lot of the things that were used were actually hydraulically formed in some form or fashion, either deep drawn, conforming dyes, non-conforming dyes, or even coining dyes. So that's a real beauty of the hydraulic forming and hydraulic press technology. The other thing is I really like making hollow forms, and creating this on a stake and with a hammer really is getting more and more difficult because the shoulders are not what they used to be. So this is another thing where you can work smarter and not harder. And you can still have that aspect of working the metal by hand. You can still have that aspect of creating a hand wrought piece, just because you have used hydraulic forming to do the bulk of it doesn't mean that that you're cheating. So
okay. we do have a couple questions that just came in. Charles Luton Brain is asking, can you do this on a manual press?
Hi, Charles. Yep, you certainly can. Again, you're looking at time. So it like I was saying, it doesn't take that much pressure to actually form. I was only getting up to about 4,000 psi. So it's just using the manual press and jacking rather than using the power of a pump.
We also have a few people wondering, how are you going to get that form off of that pusher?
Okay, so there is actually something for that. And there's a couple ways that you can. One of the ways is you can see that this is really not on there very tight. I can spin it, okay? So as it goes through the press, this area just kind of becomes a little more ironed to the punch. So I could go around this with a planishing hammer really quick, and this form would pop off. The other way of doing it is actually using a extractor kit. And we can do this real quick. It would actually be easier and quicker to do this with a planishing hammer, since I wasn't really set up. All right, let's go ahead and pop this off real quick. There it is.
Beautiful.
Like I say, quicker way for me, especially since I would be planning on going ahead and taking this form further in shape. and go ahead and raise it a little bit further, I would just use a planishing hammer and it would pop off really quick.
So we did
Okay,
have one
anything
more
else?
question from Joan. What is the largest form that you can make? Is a 6-inch disc the largest?
You can get, it depends on the size of the press that you have. So you can do as large as you want if your press can handle it. With this press, the Mark III press, 6-inch is the largest that we can put onto this. But if you think about it, pots and pans are created in this manner. So you can actually do much larger forms.
One more that just came in. How dramatic is the shift in thickness?
It is actually, it's an even thickness. If you were to take this form and slice it down the middle, you're going to find very little difference between the thickness on the top of the lip and the thickness at the base of the form. With a hemisphere, it's going to be a little bit more noticeable than a cylinder. A cylinder is definitely going to have an even thickness throughout the entire form. Just the very nature of creating a hemisphere, this area gets slightly stretched.
Okay, it looks like that's all the questions.
Okay, all right, great. Well, then I don't know what time it is, and we could certainly, if you have any other questions about any of the other videos, you're please more than welcome to ask those questions, or any other questions that you might have about hydraulic forming. It's what time do we have, Jaren?
We're at 6:30 right now, so we're coming right up on the end.
Oh, perfect. All right. So that was pretty dang good timing then.
Yeah,
I'm kind of happy with myself. So, all right. So then we'll just go ahead and we'll close this webinar out. I hope you guys enjoyed everything that I showed you here. I hope you kind of inspired you a little bit. And if you have any questions, you can always give us a call, 800-545-6566. And if you would like to speak directly to me, I'm the only John in tech. So just say I need to speak to John in tech. And as normal, if I'm not available, leave a message. I'll get back to you and be more than happy to help you out.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this great presentation, John, and thank you, Scott, for being our amazing announcer. Everyone was very complimentary in the comments about you should be on a podcast. You should be using that voice for.
Yeah. Scott has that voice, doesn't he? He has that,
Why, thank you.
DJ voice.
Thank you so much to you both for sharing this with us, and thank you so much for Rio Grande for making all of this possible. That closes out the main stage programming for this evening. Things still going on. The hop-in sessions are happening. Jump over there for the In Conversation, the educators, students, and studio artists. And this evening as well, make sure that you make time to network with your fellow attendees. What a great day two that was. Such inspiring content from everyone. We had some great themes happening, new models for success, dreaming, equity, joy, community reciprocity, community first approach, pivot from the business folks. And of course, storytelling has been a big through line for the conference this whole way through, and I hope that continues tomorrow. And then finishing up with this jealousy-inducing technical demo, everyone's like racing out to be able to form that form that dome in minutes. You made it look effortless, John.
It's pretty incredible. It's something that I've always. I'll tell you a quick story, a really quick story. The first SNAG that I went to was, I think it was 99 or 2000. and it was in Richmond, Virginia. And I actually watched Phil Poirier take an 18, I think it was an 18-inch disc of 22 karat gold and turn it into one of these forms. And right there, it hooked me as far as hydraulic forming. So yeah, it's a pretty powerful image for sure.
Yeah, what a great story. And so many throwbacks. Thanks to everyone, including you, John, who's been sharing their historical snag anecdotes. I'm really about this kind of, throwing back to different events. I was not at any of them, but I'm so glad to be at this one. Thank you all for being here with us through day 2. Head over to Hop In Sessions, and we will also see you tomorrow.